where there isn't super high security, where it hasn't been bombed in the last 2 or 3 days. And there really isn't a good way to get into Ukraine. And I was really trying when I knew this Gonzalo Lira was thought to be dead or under being held by the SBU, the Intelligence Service of Ukraine. But this morning, I made a couple of videos this morning about, hey, did you realize the Kraken? That's the name of the group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Kraken is actually the same people, I think, that have been going around to these different Soviet biopreparat locations and causing toxic spills. And when they have a toxic spill, guess what? The DTRA funds a whole bunch of money. The DTRA and Peter Strzok move all the pathogens to a safe place. And guess where that safe place is? Ukraine. So it's moving the Kraken, SBU intelligence, literally move the Kraken, the pathogens, back to Ukraine. And it's a genius move because as bioweapons or bioagents, they're worth trillions. To the local economies in Russia, wherever, they're worth nothing. They cost money to actually guard. So this is what we believe Krylov and Bogachev were doing. They did about 12 different toxic spills in the United States. We have documentation of a couple of them. But it makes so much sense. If something is a perceived hazard that you have to spend a lot of money on to guard, and a lot of your economy is spent guarding this, and then it escapes, you get trillions, where you could use it in a warfare situation where you could clear a pipeline, you get trillions. There's a lot of incentive, especially in these poor economies, like I'm in right now, where, hey, money talks. So that's what we think is happening. Whether Gonzo knew that or not, he seemed to know a lot about the Metabiota Ukrainian labs since he lives there. Whether he knows that or not, it's not going to stop us, Andy. We're going to keep going until we get to the bottom of this, because this is going to be the same group that is hacking our food supply right now. It's a very, very small group. It's the same people who did the DNC hack to Dmitry Alperovich. It's the same people who did January 6th. Extremely small group.
Mm-hmm. And you were you seem to be on point with the biolabs and the pipelines. It is just a means to kind of clear out little spots, and then and make deal. It's a way to make deals with the local governments as well, because when these viruses are found in the Congo or found in Sierra Leone or wherever they're at, they get the property rights to the virus, and they can get they get a little bit of money on the back end as well. And if they can come in and create a pipeline after that, they don't mind. It's just a nice way of just making sure everyone gets paid off as the process goes.
Yeah, I'm probably where that second arrow is. So I was where that arrow was, over there by, well, the one that's the furthest point to the west. But I'm probably over where that second arrow is now.
The red or the blue arrow?
The blue arrow. It's the one that where all of the pipelines went out of Slovakia.
Mm-hmm.
I was up toward Lviv at that top blue arrow, but then I went down and spent a lot of time where that second big blue arrow is. And now I'm probably between the third arrow and the fourth arrow there. I'm not in Romania yet. I'm still in Hungary. So, but I am close to the border.
Well, watch out for those bat caves. That's where the bat caves were at in Ukraine. So like you said, the Nazis, that's kind of where they used to have some hideouts as well. So don't go wandering too far off the beaten path there, George Webb.
Well, you know, I just said, look, we had this, I was on this train, I was going to be on this train all the way to, down to Bucharest, and then from there I was going to go to the Black Sea, and all of a sudden this Hungarian Army guy comes in. Oh no, train, delayed. We need to put our train in first, and and so I got nailed. Wasted about 4 hours at the train station. But
Is
but
that this
now,
guy?
yeah, yeah. I knew it was bad because he was with the cops, and the cops were looking at him like he was the boss. So I knew it was trouble. Um,
In those situations, as like you're a citizen journalist out there, kind of breaking the counter-narrative news when you see some military general go on the train and kind of put a halt to things, you start sweating a little bit.
I never felt in danger. I never felt in danger here. I just felt like is Pietro Benassi, because Hungary and Romania are now. I've moved from the northern command of NATO, which is out of Stuttgart, to the southern command, which is out of Naples, Italy, which is Pietro Benassi, Giuseppe Benassi. This is the Italians that rule this area. And so I was like, "Oh, come on, Pietro! Oh, come on, man! now you're whacking my train. Come on, man! These trains are slowing up. Come on, man!" So I thought Pietro, but I don't really think it's Pietro. I think it's just they're doing something, and I think something's going to happen after Easter's coming up. The celebrated Easter in Ukraine on Sunday, and I think whatever it is after that is gonna be something's gonna happen. We've talked about Sunday Bloody Sunday with the Azov Battalion shelling these gatherings on Sunday. That's the Russian Ministry of Defense has said that's going to happen in like 20 different cities. But then Monday, if they get away with it and blame it on the Russians, then they'll. I'm at an ice cream shop, believe it or not. All those chairs are literally this tall. They're. I know Tyrone wanted to make
Bamboo chairs.
Well, he wanted to make chairs for little kids. It's like little tea set. It's like Munchkinville, right here. It's really the craziest thing. But anyway, there you go. That's the kind of the orbit that we're dealing with here.
So you're speaking about Gonzo Lira earlier in the show. You just kind of brushed over him. He for a moment there. He officially has been found. Apparently, he did some video on the Duran. I can't find the full length video. I only can find some 3.5 minute segment. But is there still a possibility you might be able to meet up with him?
Well, they took away his computer and they took away his phone. The Kraken did. So I don't know if I'll be able to get a hold of him. Like I said, he's not allowed to leave the city, which really. And this guy Christophou is the guy in Greece. I would go down to meet Christophou too. I can do that if people get a hold of him and say, "Hey, George Webb wants to meet you," because I could do that just as well. Gonzo's going to be a little tough because I can't get a hold of him. He does have a Twitter that he says he has no access to. So he's watching people comment on his Twitter, but he's not interacting with people. He's not posting to his Twitter.
So, all right, well, let's hear what he has to say in this little snippet right here. It's a couple minutes long. It's just him just telling everyone that he's alive.
See 0 people are watching. No one's watching. No one's watching, man. Oh no, here's some people.
You got notes?
We need to turn up the volume a little bit.
I had a couple of things
Friday, April
on a private chat.
April 22nd, 2022. I'm in Kharkov. I'm okay. I just want to say that I'm back online, and I'm here with Alex Christoforou, and I just want to say that I'm fine physically. I'm a little rattled. I was picked up by the SBU on Friday, April 15th,
Western Ukraine.
a little after 1 p.m.
Starts with a U.
I'm okay physically. I'm a little rattled. There seems to have been like a lot of interest in my case, which is wonderful. Thank you. But there are a lot of other people who are frankly more deserving of the attention. I've highlighted them in my Twitter feed, the real Gonzalo Lira. Those people matter more because we don't know where some of them are. Some of them have passed away, but some of them were killed. But the other ones, we don't know where they are, so they matter more. I'm okay. I don't have my computer and I don't have my phone, and so anything that was published or posted on the Gonzalo Lira YouTube channel, the Coach Red Pill YouTube channel, the real Gonzalo Lira Twitter feed, and the real CRP Telegram feed after April 15th, just discount it because it was not me. I did not have access to those accounts, and I still don't, for that matter. I don't have my cell phone or access to my email accounts. I created a new one, and that's how I got in touch with Alex. And I've been in touch with, of course, I reached out to my family members, the people close to me, and you know, I'm telling them that I'm okay. In some cases, I'm waiting for their reply because it's 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning over there. I'm okay. Physically, I'm okay. I don't have anything that I can say publicly other than I'm okay. And thank you for the concern, because I've been like checking out on internet some of the stuff that is being said about me, and I appreciate so much the kind wishes and all the thoughtfulness of so many people, and I very much appreciate it. But I'm still in Kharkov, and for the time being, I cannot leave. The authority here has told me that I cannot leave the city, and but I'm okay, and none the worse for wear, and I'm rambling, and I'm sorry about that. You know, I'm a little bit discombobulated, as you can imagine, but I will come up with something clever to say. So I'm going to end here. Alex, thank you so much, and just cut it out now, because I'm just.
Well, George Webb, that I watched that earlier, and he just was rattled, and he says he's okay, but it didn't seem like he was okay at all. It almost seems like he was in some like backroom torture chamber, and they let him out just to make this little 3-minute video, and that they were behind the cameras with a gun pointed at him, like, make sure you say you're okay 9 million times and cut it off short. And that's about that's like my take on that. I don't know about yourself.
Well, it's really raining hard here and on the Ukrainian, on the border. But I made a video about this with Homer Simpson, where he gets kidnapped. And no biolabs in Ukraine, no biolabs in Ukraine. And yeah, maybe at some point we want to play that, but it's funny how life imitates art, because I did the no biolabs in Ukraine video before Gonzo was ever abducted.
Let me see if I can find that one real quick. While actually we wait for that, let me actually play the George Webb's Kraken video he did earlier today. Once again, you can find George Webb at Real George Webb 1 on Twitter. This one is titled Gonzo is Alive, the Kraken has the phone, and the Kraken has the laptop. The Kraken also is collating the Kraken in Ukraine. Whether Gonzo knows that or not, doesn't matter. That's a Kraken we need to go for. At Real George Webb 1 on Twitter.
Okay, just a quick video to say that Gonzo has been found. I just saw Krista Fu, the Duran guy from Greece, do a quick video. Apparently Gonzo has been told not to leave Kharkiv, or I believe it was Kharkov. I saw both, two different cities though. They can't use his phone. He can't use his computer. So whether or not Gonzo knows about the SBU and whether he knows about the Kraken, or whether he knows about the cracking to create these explosions at these old bioweapons plants so that they then have to move them. Literally, they have to move the Kraken to another BSL-4 lab. Now, the staging area was actually at Chernobyl. If you go back to Felix Sater, the staging area for DTRE was Chernobyl, and then they move it to the different labs. Remember, 30 different labs in Ukraine. So whether Gonzo knows about that, I've been following this for 6 years. Gonzo's just been in this the last couple of months. So whether he knows about all that or not, doesn't matter. It's great that he's in the country, though, and can follow up within the country, but he's kind of been hobbled a little bit. But hopefully we can work together with Krista Fu and the Duran down in Greece, and work with all these people to get the truth out. The truth is the key. Getting the Black Hand, the Hunter Biden, Metabiota, the labs, getting the Kraken into Ukraine, that's the key. And the Kraken, the SBU unit, is the key that tried to kill him. They gave us some very, very strong metadata when they caused this disappearance, because now everybody knows what the Kraken really is, and now everybody knows it's the SBU, and now everybody knows Western intelligence has been trying to take these old GRU operatives from the Soviet Union and make them Kraken, make them SBU.
All right, I'm still couldn't find that Homer Simpson video, George Webb. I'm looking for it, but yeah, the Kraken, something we need to be looking out for. They're cracking the whip down on.
Well, it's really bad now, Andy. This is how you live as a journalist on the road, just constant rain, thunder, lightning. If you want to play the other two videos before I knew he was alive, I think those are good too, because they explain this person that's named Krylova and Bogacheva. And we've talked about them for 6 years, but a lot of people still don't know who they are. So maybe a little background there.
All right, here we go. This one. Ooh, excuse me.
The one with the most views is the first one, probably to play. Not that one.
Not that one. This one. Here we go. Krylova and Bogacheva.
That would be the second one to play. There's another one before that.
This one? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I'm on the Danube there in Budapest as I was going through Budapest.
And him being killed by the Kraken. The Kraken, the SBU unit, the Ukrainian intelligence unit, called the Kraken, is who kills Gonzo. Did Gonzo know the SBU was trying to coalesce the Kraken from all of the old biopreparat, the old Russian weapons program to Ukraine? Did he know that? Would they kill him just because he had theory, or because he speculated, or because he had key information? I think it's because he had key information. The Kraken wouldn't kill somebody just because of speculation. We had a lot of information about a gal who was working with the SBU. She'd been recruited by Paul Whelan from the Russians in Moscow. She had worked for the actual president of the Russian Federation. She had moved to Florida and was doing visas, EB-5 visas, with Bernie Weisnant's wife, Ebony Weisnant. She got her degree, a law degree in 2010. Her name was Bogacheva. So it seemed like they were bringing these operatives in. She lived in Lima, Ohio, near the Abrams tank plant. The Hennige's anti-vibration technology she seemed to be very interested in. She seemed to be having this group of hackers that she was always bringing in. They went through the United States in 2014 in 12 different cities, caused leaks from where? Major plants, hacking into plant systems and causing explosions and so forth. Well, that's also one of the things that happened right before the coronavirus. Right before the coronavirus, again, remember, some people get sick down in Wuhan in September of 2019. Well, September 16th, Novosibirsk, this thing called Kotsova explodes. Remember, using the Stuxnet software, You just get trained on it. Somebody trains you on it, like Peter Strzok. You can create these disasters. And what happens when a huge pathogen place blows up? Well, you have to move it. Where do you move it? Where do you move the Kraken? You move the Kraken to Ukraine. Did Gonzo know that? Did Gonzo know that?
Go ahead, George. Go ahead, George.
Well, and the next one to watch is the next video, which explains her a little more, and it's raining even harder.
We can't actually. It sounds like it's pounding out there. So remember the Mueller report named Krylova and Bogacheva as the GRU key operators of the DNC hack. Mueller just left out that they had been swung to GRU. Kraken intel by Paul Whelan, the ex-agent and ex-tunnel cracking tools with Dmitry Alperovich, SBU hacking signatures, aka the Kraken.
Came out in 2018 after a long investigation and said Krylova and Bogacheva. Krylova and Bogacheva were the two key operatives bringing these agents in the United States. And they tried to make it look like they were GRU agents, which is old Russian intelligence. But actually, they've been brought over to Ukrainian intelligence, the GRU, the Alpha Group, some people call it the Kraken as well for a nickname. They've been brought over by this guy named Paul Whelan. He had worked at the Clinton Foundation, he was at the Clinton Library, he was recruiting snipers for covert action, recruiting hackers, etc. So Bogacheva was pictured with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. We looked into her background and having this place in 750 Ocean in Glendale Beach area, or at least a little south of there. We looked at her dealings at the Diplomat Hotel, seemingly bringing in these Russian generals and so forth. She seemingly had a relationship with Paul Whelan with an armory, an AK-47 brokerage in Florida, also one in Michigan where they both worked together, and then one in Las Vegas. So a lot of weapons dealing, hacking, etc. for the DNC. Again, DNC was trying to rebadge or repaint these people as the original Russian GRU that they really were, but they had been flipped by Ukrainian intelligence, by the first intelligence unit in Kiev. This is also the NABU crime unit, the same people who come up with the Trump dossier and the Black Ledger. So you can see here that we're not speculating that Krylova and Bogacheva are spy team leaders. And they also were the team supposedly that did the DNC hack. This is the Kraken team, the hackers and crackers. I even did one episode, literally the Kraken. And so it's right there in the Mueller report. We had followed them to Long Island. We went to the place, their safe house in Long Island during those elections. We followed them to Ohio to this tank plant, this Abrams tank plant. We looked at this anti-vibration technology called this Henninger's anti-vibration so that you could roll and shoot with the Abrams tank at the same time. So there's a lot of things that says maybe Gonzo knew the Kraken and knew the SBU more than just a little bit.
And now that he's alive, we'll be able to ask him again. But like I said, it's not really, it shouldn't be dependent on one person. It should be dependent on the best information. The idea is get at the dark hand, get at the NATO dark weapons. You get at the NATO dark weapons, you also get at the dark hand that's affecting the elections. Same thing. So when people see that all the Kolomoisky's petroleum and natural gas kids for getting natural gas and petroleum deals in Ukraine are the same ones that got put into the Trump campaign, Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Fruman, Parnas, Felix Sater, when they finally figure it out that that's the guy who did the East Med pipeline and he was reusing all of his guys to get immunity to spy on Trump. When they figure that out, they're going to go, hey, wait a minute, all the bioweapons people were in the Trump campaign and they're really bad political spies, but they're probably pretty good, probably really good oil and gas spies. But that's why they were so bad. That's why Papadopoulos and Carter Page, Fruman, Parnas, Felix Sater were so bad politically, because they're not trained as political spies. They're trained as economic spies for oil and gas.
Well, this East Med pipeline and this IGB pipeline, is that It looks like it's going to go right through that Istanbul Canal right there, George Webb, straight to probably into the Black Sea.
I was on the canal a little earlier today. You remember I'd been in Bamberg 40 years ago, and at that time even they were talking about a canal between the Rhine River. Remember, this whole story starts on the Rhine. You know, castles on the Rhine, they call it. Well, the Rhine also includes our good friends at the Erasmus Lab. So in an odd way, the story follows the Rhine, and then it hooks up with my 40 years ago experience in that European watershed to the Bamberg, which connects up to the Danube, which is where I was earlier today. And the Danube flows all the way down through Bucharest and Constanti down to the Black Sea. And where I was earlier today, literally, if you were a drop of water, I don't know if you've ever seen Jurassic Park, but they talk about a drop of water, chaos theory. If it falls just on the edge of one side of the razor blade or the other, that drop could go all the way to Erasmus Lab. Through, if it was dropped on the Danube in Budapest, could go all the way to the Erasmus Lab through the Rhine River Canal, or it could go all the way down to the Black Sea to Odessa, where the Kraken weapons are, bioweapons. So it really is kind of a this whole tour has been along the most sensible pipeline to avoid Ukraine and supply Russian gas. If they can break the southern Russian provinces away, they could provide gas straight to Europe and cut Putin out of the deal. I think the 4 southern provinces that aren't currently under the Kolomoisky control are the target. And they want to pump the oil and gas straight from there to Europe and cut Russia out of the deal. And the reason why they get away with it is because supposedly it's in the strategic interest of Europe, it's in the strategic interest of the United States. You know, geopolitics wise, you know, make sure Russian can't cut the line. But this trip that I've been on, the Rhine to the European watershed in Bamberg 40 years ago, Bamberg to the Danube, is the thing we talked about 3 months ago before the invasion.
Mm-hmm. And you have been digging into this stuff for a while, and I actually had a video lined up because I didn't think you were going to be here today. It was believe the very first or very second video you did here at Neighborhood News Studio once we switched over to Neighborhood News Studio, and it's back in here where we talked about Bob Olinsky, Addie, Dave Underdown, Tara Starr was here, Aaron was here. It was when we did the original setup, so it is raining quite hard over there.
That'll give you a chance to move inside, and you can see the little chairs. You can see the little tiny chairs.
I'll play the video real quick. We should have Jesse joining us in half an hour. But here behind this video.
Why? Because
in China.
It's in China. Okay, but the key is every
Right on the border, though.
every 400 or 500 miles on the border of Kazakhstan.
The Uyghurs are?
The Uyghurs, the slave labor, you mean? Uyghurs are going to be the slave labor, right?
But that's, I mean, I don't know if people know the geography, but that's it. It's right on the border of,
Yeah, zoom in. Okay. All right.
Well, it's basically right there.
Okay, great. So it's right on the border, and the idea being that you gotta have power. People got to have the lights, you got to have the heat, you got to have the hot water to do the fracking. First thing you want to do is frack for the minerals and frack for the oil and gas before you start laying bedrock. Get all the goodies out, get all the tantalum, get all the precious metals out, and then you can start laying bedrock, right? So that's what the Belt and Road is all about, and that's why these small modular reactors that Bill Taylor's dad put in are so important. Okay, here's Bajwa.
So I just want to say,
go ahead, Dave.
I just want to just say one quick Korgos, which is in China and right on the border
I
of,
do know this now.
of Kazakhstan. It's considered the hub of the new Eurasian land bridge too. So that's another
Korgos, hub of the
Korgos.
new,
Yeah.
hub of the, and
Yeah.
now all we need to do is go on to Google Earth and look for signs of nuclear. Look for a river. That's your hydropower. Look, because usually these guys build a huge hydroelectric with the power, and that's a great way of hiding it. But go ahead.
So 9 days ago, or about 10 days ago, Papa Johnny, Mr. Bajwa, resigned
Right.
as the special assistant to the Prime Minister Imran Khan on information and broadcasting,
Right.
which is a whole nother can of worms, I suspect. When
There's
you talk
another
about,
Bajwa in this too. There's another Bajwa. There's two.
remember our Farmer Jones episode, the VOA Urdu office?
Yeah,
you know,
very close
I
to
mean,
Farsi.
we won't even get into the broadcasting aspect because his whole, if you listen to his speech when he resigned, it was, oh, this little Papa John's pizza scandal, me owning all these little businesses
And see
in
this.
America.
See this 12th Corps. This Imran Awan's was the intelligence
See
corps.
the
The 10th.
inter-
Okay.
I wasn't even, I was going to do that next, but the inter services.
Yeah, no, he ran ISI, but I wanted to tell you that before he ran ISI, 12 Corps and 10 Corps are the two cores. And again, this supports what Deep Uranium was saying. Deep Uranium was saying that they were sending PAC ISI into the Belt and Road area and subjugating all the peoples to slave labor. The Uyghurs are probably one that they did there. If you remember, I covered on Capitol Hill, the Kyrgyzstanis were protesting about China coming over their land. But the Uzbekis, the Kazakhstanis is more of a cooperative relationship because of Nazarbayev, but all the way through the Baku, all the way to the Baku.
I want to make a special request
Go
to
ahead.
our audience, our research audience.
Okay,
Oh no, wait.
it'll come back.
Oh,
Well, yeah, we'll finish Mr. Bajwa maybe in a minute here, but
Go to the images of that.
you've had a hard time collecting images of our friend Imran, just getting getting him captured.
Oh, just hit images.
I
for
would
images,
suspect
images.
that if we were to get photographs of Mr. Bajwa, General Bajwa, throughout his maybe past 10 years, that if you were to look in the background, you might find Imran once or twice or 100 times, because 9 months out of the year, Imran
Right.
is not in America. I would suspect that General Bajwa is Imran's, commander. Right?
Yeah,
I would,
okay.
That he answers to him.
Okay, so here's the border up here. Here's this contested area. Remember, Imran's terabytes are going near here to Sialkot, right in here somewhere, right on the border. That's where the Crook servers is going, and they're building this pipeline down the gut of it to Gawadar.
which is one of the supposed to be the major new
Sea route.
shipping port for this new initiative, with Karachi obviously being the more historic.
Yeah, and you can see how close it is to Iran here. So for transshipping of nuclear, there's Iran. But then this one existed for a while. This is but this is the new one from the Pakistani corridor here, and they're building this. The Chinese are building all this for Pakistan. So this is the sort of the CIA's money being rinsed through PAC ISI. So
You're saying that the Karachi port was the original plan?
Well,
You're saying-
no. I'm saying the pipeline.
Yeah.
The pipeline.
I mean,
The pipeline.
like this was the first installation
The-
of it.
no. There was a road
Yeah.
there. If you read this, it'll
Well, I'm
come
just
up.
like, did
Yeah.
BCCI blow that up?
Well, no, I mean,
Like, if
but you-
Karachi,
if you
you
just
know-
go back to the old, East India Company, like Karachi, Port of Bengal, like these are like the old historic, trade route ports.
You're just saying it's the more historically used port.
I had never heard of Gawadar before, but when I was learning about the Belt and Road Initiative, it said that was an area that they were really putting a lot of capital investment into
Yeah, I read
building
that
up that
too.
port.
Yeah. Deepening the port.
In 1991, when the Iran-Contra players got caught at BCCI Bank in Karachi, did they just move it up? Did they just go?
No. Qasim. They expanded to Qasim. Imran Awan was in the port expansion of Qasim, about 30 miles east of Karachi. This is a new thing. This is because of the pipeline. Right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, and Unical is the company, and Unical built. If you remember, Unical at the start of the war, the whole Afghanistan war, is because they want a TAPI pipeline that goes across India. I'm trying to get the TAPI, Afghanistan,
Pakistan, Turkey. So that pipeline, that Unical, going back to 1987. So if you CIA, easy, just follow the pipelines. You're always going to be right. You're always going to be right. It's so much fun. It's so much fun to play the game.
And these people, shout out to Dr. Hamamoto, who really helped us through one of your Thursdays, George, to understand that these people, Imran and his tribe and the pull up there, are the most literate and cosmopolitan people on earth. Like we have this way of thinking like, oh, these tribal people in Pakistan and Afghanistan who are illiterate and, going around in the mountains. Not Imran's people.
No.
If you look them up, it's 100% literacy.
Oh, here, Dave.
The
There's
most literate place
images.
on the whole earth is where Imran's from,
Images.
and where these guys are from. So it's like, these are very intelligent people. These people, they look at America like we're a bunch of bumbling idiots, like these are the most sophisticated people on earth coming out of this Sialkot region. Just very intelligent, schooled, everything,
Yeah. Yes.
Dr. Hamamoto taught
and
us.
Aga Khan and the Ishmaelis and all that. He's been very helpful. So here it is in cartoon form, which is the Gwadar port, the Chinese Pakistan railway here, okay, and then up to Kashi for the Kashmir. There's the China Pakistan railway. So it's a huge infrastructure project, and some people might look at this and go, well, this is good, because all this infrastructure ties everybody together. And if you're all part of the same railroad, you're not going to bomb each other's railroad. That's all well and good. I just don't want to have the American taxpayer money and the American economy be collapsed so that this can succeed. I just don't want to be the American taxpayer who funds all this stuff through the CIA while they leave us in the dust.
It has been compared to a Marshall Plan also. This
right.
project.
A Marshall Plan is the same idea.
I just wanted to say, can we get this comment off so we can see each other a bit better? That's a little better. So I just wanted to say about the American taxpayer in general, and this is something I was unaware of, is just how powerful the demographic and the constituency basically of the American taxpayer is worldwide. It's perhaps the most sought after demographic in the world. And I think we should really be more cognizant and wary of where our tax dollars are going, because of these illicit schemes and criminality at the top is funneling our money collectively for these dark projects. And no one really realizes this. And I think not many people understand the importance of tax dollars and how powerful the American taxpayer is.
Right. And so that's why when people say, hey, you're pooping on a big project, that's really good for everybody. No, this isn't good for you, because terabytes are for this Belt and Road have been going out of your Congress since 2006. Your money is funding this thing. And here is another good look at a pathway here of the this is a road. Correct. This is a road.
I believe it might be a railroad historically.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, one thing too is when we talk about like what Addie's saying. I mean, I obviously everybody wants their their hard-earned tax money to go to projects that help other people in their country and their local community. But I think it is important to really think about who has the power to tax. How does that system work? When is a law created that requires appropriation and spending? So all those systems are really important things to think about the roots of that. Like how is money even spent? How's the policy created? How is it funded? How is it collected? Who are all these, when you're doing these international deals, what's the sequence of events that happens, when we do these things? That is our problem, is that we have basically a partnership between the banking system and the Congress, and they have one group that creates the money and the other group that has the power to write the law, to spend the money, and also to distribute the money. So again, you have to really learn those systems if you want to tackle the problem. You need to know.
There should be a check in there of the executive, though, right?
Neighborhood News Hour is looking for a chief economic correspondent. Dave, unfortunately, I don't think you can wear that many hats, but
he wears many.
If we could get an economics person, to do a show here, that would be great. The pay isn't so great.
No, I mean, follow the money is right. When people say that, I mean, it is, it's basically the fuel for the system. You need to have it, and it's
and just cultivating the interest of where our money is going, I think, is something, like you said, people don't really think about it, and they don't they don't know. You know, they just don't know where's this.
George Webb, you've you're going to be getting into Bobolinsky here in a second, but do you have any further comments about the pipelines and the Belt and Road Initiative? We that was the name of our original channel, was the Belt and Road Show with George Webb, and we don't do that much chatting about it anymore. But you got any updates for anyone? Or
Well, I'm sorry it's a little bit loud, but it all goes back to clearing these pipelines. We talked about the Nadra Bank way back then. This gal in the Spiring in Congress named Natalia Sova. She was SBU. She was in the Spiring with the Pakistanis Spiring all the way to China. In Mojang, there was a 5 different pathogen program through their DSTO, our DARPA, to transfer bioagents, weaponized bioagents. Does that sound a little bit like coronavirus killing Chinese miners? Kind of sounds like coronavirus killing Chinese miners to me. Coronavirus was one of the programs. Sorry, they're making chocolate shakes here. Anthrax was another one. Botulism was the third one. So we had the Nadra Bank. It was Dmitry Firtash. Why is this money going through this Ukrainian bank for kickbacks for our members of Congress for taking money that should have been spent on the Afghan war, funneled through the PAC-ISI, and it went straight to Kolomoisky. And every dollar that Kolomoisky got, he kicked back a nickel to Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi. Just that simple.
And was Privat Bank set up like the opposite way, but for like Ukrainian oligarchs, like paying off?
Yeah, Privat is for investing it. The Nadra was for operations of, hey, how do we build this pipeline? How do we get all this information out? How do we steal everything? That sort of thing. Then when you get the money from Adam Schiff, he sends $5 billion to USAID, or he sends $16 billion through IMF, and then he used Privat Bank to buy this real estate. Remember, the people who buy the real estate are Russian oligarchs, and they're coming in and living in Miami. And the gal who is working with the Bogacheva at Florida International University is Bernie Wisnant's wife. And Bernie Wisnant is wise to what's going on, the illegal EB-5 visas and passports for these people, and he washes up on the beach right after the election. So nothing we've done in terms of research hasn't come back to pay off just huge dividends. That's what I love about these things, is we just keep going back to the things we've invested time in doing the analysis, and they keep paying great dividends.
And the Fort Lauderdale airport shooting, you can't mention Wisnant passports and Wasserman without mentioning this, and that was just another way to cover up for these diplomats out of the country.
And Andy, I want to compliment you, because you did undercover work at the Diplomat Hotel, where you went through the whole thing and laid out with all the starlets there and at the beach and sunning yourself and so forth, at the very expensive rooms. I know that had to be tough work, but somebody had to do it, Andrew.
Someone has to get ingratiated with the upper class, the elites, and kind of blend in to get, like you say, sometimes you have a drink at the bar, people start like bragging about what they do in life. So you never know what you'll find out.
There you go, Andy. Nobody better than you to do that, and you did a great job.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue. George is going to get into Bobolinsky and the Blackberries here shortly in this Facebook video, but I thought it was interesting because he kind of the pipeline prelude to Bobolinsky and the transition, and that's what George has based a lot of his work on here, is uncovering all this stuff. So let's continue here at neighborhoodnewsstudio.com.
Think about how this system was created, right? Most people, you work all week, you see how many hours you work, you get a check. Most people don't look at the stub, but there's money, withheld from your check that's basically you paying your taxes each week. Then you have to do basically a reconciliation at the end of the year filing your tax return. But most people, the money is just taken, in small amounts. Again, it's the same system of just, just taking a small amount that's like not that noticeable. And, when you're doing it with the entire population, and it turns into these, huge amounts of money that can finance these projects. And, most people are very disconnected because they don't even think, they're more focused on, am I getting a tax return this year? Or, or am I getting money back, or do I have to spend money? Like, they think of it from that angle, and not.
We can't be the world's ATM. And the lovely Tara makes her appearance.
Tara's got the phone. She's the
phone
man on
screener.
what?
She's our
Okay,
phone
bring the
screener.
phone in, Tara.
This is Harry Bacharach, and he has a comment.
Oh, okay. Hey, Harry.
I was just in the wind.
Hi, how are you? And Gal. So I'm down at the Board of Elections today in beautiful Cleveland, Ohio. A beautiful day, and the lines are long, but you can get in and out in under 48 minutes. Here's the thing that I kind of want to report, and it is an active stand-down order of our media, and they don't have.
Sorry, I want to get
Find
into
a
the
spot
Bobulinski.
in Georgia's schedule. They just texted me back, so we're good to live stream on brand new tube.
The election, the cons are bearing down on us,
Yeah.
and it's enough. It's enough.
Well, just even
Well, let's get
Sorry,
to news. A little bit of news. Let's work a little bit of news. Okay. Yeah. You got to keep going at the news. So this is FBI to interview Hunter Biden's former business partner, Tony Bobulinski, after he has 3 cell phones that he proved he lied about foreign deals of China. And then he talks about the series of texts. Don't mention the big guy. Joe's involved. He calls it my chairman. I think my chairman is actually Warren Buffett, but we'll get to that in the stead of Henry Kissinger. But we'll prove that later. Remember what happens with the BlackBerry. He comes in a week later and brings me in and says there's this Russia-China deal. It uses these BlackBerries, but we didn't do all the stuff before this. We're in this now. They realize they've been entrapped. We're in this now for the energy piece. But and remember, it started at the end of 2015, but it didn't go all the way back to Libya and Syria with the Jonathan Weiner thing. Jonathan Weiner used the BlackBerries as a lure. The same way Dom Scheit gave the phone to Julian Assange is the same way Jonathan Weiner took the Libya phones and the Syria phones and gave them to Hunter Biden. I don't want to stick up for Hunter Biden, but I have to follow the news. And they did get entrapped in this thing. They were a part of it. I'm not saying they didn't take billions, but there's bigger fish here. The chairman going back is Hillary Clinton holding the money. H is going to be Hillary Clinton, I think. And I do think the chairman is going to be our good friend, Warren Buffett, in the place of or proxying for our good friend, Henry Kissinger. So you want to play it? Let's play it. Let's go ahead and play it. Addie Ed says, play it. He's saying,
we're not situation is.
We're not going to hide. There's Laura Trump. Eric Trump said she's the best Trump.
Best of them all.
We saw her. Okay. You want to go for big volume?
Unfortunately,
go for big volume.
Afraid I'm going to need a remote here.
No. Go big volume. We got a remote.
There's Andy figuring out in the background.
All right. We're going to go big remote. We got it. That's probably it. I'm going to bring you the whole Bobulinski. Bobulinski.
Good evening.
No podium.
My name is Tony Bobulinski.
Just a chair to hold the
I
BlackBerry.
served as a lieutenant in the United States Navy with high security clearance. My father and grandfather both served for decades in our country's armed forces. Since leaving the Navy, I've been involved in various successful businesses, both in this country and abroad. I'm making this statement to set the record straight about the involvement of the Biden family, Vice President Biden, his brother Jim Biden, and his son Hunter Biden in dealings with the Chinese. I have heard Joe Biden say that he's never discussed business with Hunter. That is false. I have firsthand knowledge about this because I directly dealt with the Biden family, including Joe Biden. I have also heard that Vice President Biden said on Tuesday that Senator Ron Johnson, the chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, should be ashamed for suggesting that Biden family sought to profit from their name. Well, here are the facts I know, and everything I'm saying is corroborated by emails, WhatsApp chats, agreements, documents, and other evidence. And the American people can judge for themselves. I brought, I guess, for record, 3 phones that spanned the years 2015 through 2018. These phones have never been held by anybody else besides myself. I was told this past.
You want to comment on that at all, George Webb, or just keep rolling?
Metabiota, all this stuff is, pipelines, and then managing the pipelines. Sinohawk is the company to kind of Eric Prince to watch over the pipelines. And then what's a much better use of the petroleum than, $75 a barrel? You get $750,000 a barrel if you turn it into pharmaceuticals. So what Rockefeller wouldn't want to multiply the value of his barrel of oil times 10,000. So it's all working in your favor here with the BlackBerries. You got secure military grade communications the whole way. And it's still the secret to the whole story. It still cracks the whole story open. With Hunter Biden, Metabiota, the same people, the Kraken people are the same people that are going after Gonzo. So this is a great piece to pick because it's every bit as relevant today as it was 2 years ago.
And what's Bob Alinsky doing exactly? Like, whose side is he on? Like, what's the point of did he get paid off to do this?
I think he was a Navy intel guy to come in and say, we have to take all the deals we've done, Cofer Black and Brennan and whatnot, all the nasty deals that we've done, and then we need a patsy. So Bob Alinsky, you come in here, you be the coach for Hunter Biden, you drag him along and make him convinced he's a businessman. You give him the BlackBerries, get him to say really incriminating things on the BlackBerries, and then we'll spin this out on him at the second big election debate. So that he knows we own you for the whole 4 years. And what father is going to stab his son in the back? So Joe Biden's not going to stab Hunter in the back, and so they own this. Cofer Black and Brennan own Biden for the next 4 years.
All right, John Wilkins has a question for you as well.
George, did you say that that the primary purpose of Bob Alinsky's efforts here are to firewall the Bidens from the Warren Buffetts and higher up?
Yeah, I would say Warren Buffett's in the consortium for sure. Seth Rich was an agent for Warren Buffett. I told that to some people just recently. I wrote about it 3 years ago in BlackBerries Matter. That still comes as a big surprise to people. Then I show them the picture where he's dancing under the dreidel. Warren Buffett's holding the dreidel, and Seth Rich is going round and round and round the dreidel. So there you go.
All right, here we continue on with the Bob Alinsky video. This was 2 years ago. One of George Webb's videos at neighborhoodnewsstudio.com. So he's been on their case for a long time.
Yeah.
Sunday by somebody who was also involved in this matter, that if I went public this information, it would bury all of us, man. The fight is included.
What?
I have no wish to bury anyone. I've never been political. The few contributions
Dude, this
I've made
roadcaster's
have been
not working.
Democrat.
I'm like hitting
But what I
the
am
mute button and the
is
sound
able
starts
to
going through the
measure
laptop.
To protect my family name,
What's
my
going
business
on?
reputation.
You know how they said the sound was messed up earlier? Like, I don't know what's
In late
going on with this thing.
2015, I was approached by James Gilliar, whom I had known for many years, about joining him in a deal which he said would involve the Chinese state-owned enterprise, CEFC China Energy, and what he called one of the most prominent families in the United States. I was informed first by Gilliar, and then by Hunter Biden, and by Rob Walker, who was working with the Bidens, that the Bidens wanted to form a new entity with CFC, which was to invest in infrastructure, real estate, and technology in the US and around the world. And the entity would initially be capitalized with $10 million and then grow to billions of dollars of investment capital. After months of discussion, I agreed at Gilliar and Hunter Biden's request to become CEO of the entity to be called Sinohawk. Sino representing the Chinese side, Hawk representing Hunter Biden's brother Bo's favorite animal. And between February and May 2017, we exchanged numerous emails, documents, and WhatsApp messages concerning Sinohawk and its potential business. On May 2nd, 2017, the night before Joe Biden was to appear at the Milken Conference, I was introduced to Joe Biden by Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. At my approximately hour-long meeting with Joe that night, we discussed the Biden's history, the Biden's family business plans with the Chinese, with which he was plainly familiar, at least at a high level. After that meeting, I had numerous communications with Hunter, Walker, Gilliard, and Jim Biden regarding the allocation of the equity ownership of Sinohawk. On May 13th, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy. In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden, and Jim for Jim Biden. In fact, Hunter often referred to his father as the big guy or my chairman. On numerous occasions, it was made clear to me that Joe Biden's involvement was not to be mentioned in writing, but only face to face. In fact, I was advised by Gilliard and Walker that Hunter and Jim Biden were paranoid about keeping Joe Biden's involvement secret.
And I'll tell
I
you,
also had a disagreement with Hunter.
Go ahead. Go ahead, George.
that was on the that was on the film. But did you see that huge gun bicep that got in the way of the Bobulinski filming, Andy?
Yeah. The George
Dave,
Webb
Dave,
biceps.
yeah, Dave Underdown was working out quite a bit, and that gun got in the way, so it kind of obscured me a little bit. I couldn't see very well. I couldn't get it, the full view of the BlackBerry. The big gun was in the way.
You want me to backtrack it? But
No, I'm joking. I'm just saying that the 27-inch bicep kind of got in the way a little bit, but I still saw Bobulinski. I still got the general gist of it.
About the fund CFC.
Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Okay. I thought you wanted to comment.
No, I'll come back in. Go ahead.
He was contributing to Sinohawk. Hunter wanted $5 million of those funds to go to himself and his family. So he wanted the funds wired directly to an entity affiliated with him. I objected because that was contrary to our written agreements concerning Sinohawk. He said, referring to the chairman, his father, that CFC was really investing in the Biden family, that he held the Trump card, and that he was the one putting his family legacy on the line. He also said to me on May 17th, 2017, that CFC wanted to be my partner, to be partner with the Bidens. During these negotiations, I repeated to Hunter and others that Sinohawk could not be Hunter's personal piggy bank. And I demanded that proper corporate governance procedures be implemented for capital distributions. Hunter became very upset with me. CFC through July 2017 was assuring me the funds would be transferred to Sinohawk, but they were never sent to our company. Instead, I found out from Senator Johnson's September report that the $5 million was sent in August 2017 to entities affiliated with Hunter. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the Senate committee members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time.
And there, right there, the fact he takes no questions.
I will not be taking questions at this time.
We're going to ask him anyway, but you're not going to get any answers. And the reason is as we said, these operations, typically the American piece in these operations is clearing. It's maintenance. If you look at Blackwater, you look at Eric Prince, it was these small planes outfitted with machine guns and all this infrared equipment to keep people away from the pipeline, either side of the pipeline for 10 miles. Sinohawk, to me, sounds like the same operation with Peter Strzok type helicopters. I know what it sounds like, but again,
they're trying to, I believe here, they're trying to protect H as Hillary. Hillary is the person running these things. Okay. She's H in all of her emails. Okay. And the big guy is Kissinger, or the big guy is Buffett, instead of playing in the stead or proxy of Kissinger, holding the money for Kissinger. So, or that group, the Sterna type group. So I know what he's saying. He's trying to scare the bejesus out of Hunter Biden. And that's why they're dropping this right at the end of the election, saying, we got you by the cojones here. And we'll have Andy translate that in a little bit. But we've got you. There, I got a smile out of Andy there. I just wanted to say.
I don't think I need to translate that.
You know,
That's one of the few Spanish words I feel like I know.
we all got that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's one that's
So there you have it. Really, is this a late stage play doing two things? One, saying we got you by the cojones, and two, we're going to protect Hillary Clinton. We're going to protect Kissinger and Buffett. All the metadata points to that. You also had the IMDb indictment come down, or one MDB indictment come down, which was where we said they were funneling the money. And you had Bannon's gangster boyfriend, Kwok, the Chinese billionaire intelligence agency, with all of his Macau casinos laundering money. So you have Bannon all over this. Bannon's the one who comes up with the partial group of emails. He's the one who goes through and carves off the stuff that protects Kwok, and he just dangles out just enough to smear Biden. I'm not saying Biden wasn't in on it, but the feedback that I got from it was, oh my God, we got had in this. We're going to be the patsy for all this. And I think this guy may have come to me and said, hey, we're just doing the energy piece of this. We were just interested in the energy piece. We didn't do all the stuff back to Libya and Syria. That's my take on it right now. And I thought about this all night. I'm trying to put the pieces together just like you are. I had no idea it was this gigantic. I'll be the first one to admit that. And I'm wearing Pakistani ISI 111 green to show I'm trying to think like a Pakistani ISI 111 guy. Go ahead.
I just want to say too, with just the analysis on Steve Bannon, his background is naval intelligence like this. He also has a background with Goldman Sachs, which is in the $1 million, the 1DB, whatever. And he also has a Cambridge Analytica background too. So there's a kind of a 3 for 3 there as far as.
Well, and so does Flynn.
And so does Flynn.
And so does,
I mean, does it go back to like the Cambridge 5 and, all this stuff? I mean, it just seems like the Cambridge with Harvard and, over in England, it just seems like this legacy sort of OSS connection between the Brits and the American intelligence services going way back.
Yeah, big guy Obama. I don't think that's true. Everybody says Obama, but I don't believe that's true. Go ahead.
You think it's big guy is Kissinger then, George, and not Joe? Is that what you're saying? Just to clarify.
Yeah. I think the end guy is Kissinger. Club K is Kissinger, as we've said for 3 years. The dark weapons is Kissinger. Kissinger always thought American presidents were naive about bioweapons. They were naive about anthrax. They were naive about these different nuclear weapons. And we have to keep that going. If the president ever orders us to stop, we have to just make it covert.
Yeah. The illegal we do immediately. The unconstitutional takes a little longer.
Yeah, that's
Henry
right.
Kissinger.
Yeah. And this, to me, this looks like, of course, we have the 5 bioweapons programs with PAC ISI. We have the Bajwa thing as a part of this, taking money laundering as a part of this through PAC ISI. It just, this, again, they wouldn't be putting this out so late. If Bannon really wanted to help, he would have put this out in December of 2019. They're rushing you so you don't have enough time to think who H is. They're rushing you so you don't have enough time to think who the big guy is. The guy who does these geopolitical things at 5 feet chess, that's Kissinger. It's not Joe Biden. Look at Joe Biden. He's had his only line last night. We counted 10 times. Come on, man. That's his response to these things. He's not the one who put the Belt and Road project together. No, he's not. I mean, come on. That's just ridiculous to assume that he's the big guy. But why are they making him the big guy? Because they want to push all the guilt over on Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, you've talked about that a lot being a strategy as far as, like a loaf of bread, taking the last slice out of it and then blaming for the entire program.
Remember how you blamed your little brother, or you didn't have a little brother, but you'd always say, you'd leave a little bit with mom's ice cream or whatever. You eat the whole thing and leave one spoon
And your little brother would go in and have I didn't have a little brother. I was always a little brother who took the last spoonful stupidly. They say Georgie ate it, right? So this is an old strategy, right? This is what they did. They left a little tiny bit in the mocha almond chip. And then here's Hunter Biden. And then he's got it in his mouth. He's realized, oh, I'm had. But now, hey, whoa. I don't want to get beaten by the belt from Dad. I didn't do it. I just had that one last little scoop. That's what maybe Deep Blackberry was trying to tell me. So who knows?
And you stood tried and true about your Hunter Biden narrative that he's just the guy that the little puppet that they're playing with, and you're saying he got caught with ice cream in his mouth. That was a great
Andy. I'll just say this before we welcome the great Jesse Hale.
I don't think Jesse's here yet.
Oh, he's not here? I wouldn't change a word. I basically have said the same thing for 2 years, but I said the same thing maybe 5 years ago without the name of Hunter. I just said the Bidens until I knew for sure it was Hunter Biden when the Hunter Biden BlackBerry came out at the election 2 years ago. I wouldn't change a word. All these weapons programs, the dark weapons, the bioagents, Metabiota and Ukraine, all Kofor Black, had nothing to do with Hunter Biden. He's the guy who's going to be the last scoop of ice cream in his mouth. He did it. Hunter did it. And that's a fact, Jack. That turned out to be what happened.
Yeah, and we're still the one thing that I noticed that none of us actually mentioned in any of this was Metabiota at all. Was that not on the radar when Bob Alinsky first?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was mainly we were talking about Burisma at that time. We didn't really have the Metabiota connection too much, but we know now that Burisma is just getting started with this stuff. And Hennages, this gal, Bogacheva, was at the Lima, Ohio. I mean, how far is that from the studio? Not very far. For the Abrams tank.
Hour and a half away, I'd say.
Oh, it's not that far. Lima's not that far. Maybe it is, but I won a chess tournament in Lima, Ohio. But I mean, what's Bogacheva doing there at the Abrams tank location with the, you got to do counteracting forces for all the wheels as the wheels are running over obstacles at 60 miles an hour so you could shoot straight. Why is she there from 2014 to 2016? Why is she releasing toxic clouds in 12 different states? You got to start looking at these facts. Got to start looking at the facts of these SBU people.
And here's the picture of the cell phones right there.
The Blackberries. Two of them are Blackberries.
Two of them are Blackberries, and they have the government encryption on there. He's the only one that had access to them. They definitely have a story.
And remember, there's about 400 of these. Petraeus gives KLA about 400 of these in Kosovo. Maybe they kept issuing more, but the initial group of them was 400. So you just, after the Kosovo thing's over, you just keep reusing them. And, you have Gonter configure them, and you just keep doing 20 years later, you can do election operations, you can do hacking, you can do everything. So, yeah.
We did a story, this was about 6 months ago, just saying that they could hack the biolabs, they could hack the ventilation systems and some of the other things. Could that be done through one of these cell phones if there is a couple scientists that had one of these and access to the biolabs? Hack them?
Well, they're pretty unhackable. I mean,
they hack the biolabs with one of these cell phones. Is that possible?
I don't think they hack the biolabs. I mean, I think those, systems are pretty robust, but I do think when, hey, Tony, meet Hunter at the Four Seasons with $10,000 in cash in a Kroger bag. That's the kind of thing you don't want having in clear plain text. And that's the kind of stuff that was going back and forth with this stuff. So pretty amazing story, really. And I have to. I'm gonna have to wrap it up here. Unfortunately, I'm in a kind of a family restaurant, so I gotta kind of wrap it up.
Oh,
All the little folks are enjoying ice cream, and I'm talking too loud.
you're all good, George Webb. To tell you the truth, you said you weren't coming on today, so the fact that we got you for an hour and 10 minutes, we appreciate it.
That was a great old clip, and I love the room. I love that newsroom. It's still one of my favorite.
I know.
configurations.
After watching it, it's like we need to get back to. We need to like get to some sort of a semblance of that. That's
We used the whole room, man. We used
Yeah.
the whole room. We had TVs everywhere, monitors going everywhere. It was great.
I like the studio, but I like the walk around as well. So hopefully we can have a charrette here pretty soon and get everyone back together. and have a
Very
nice
cool.
little-
We'll see you from Hungary, and if there's any loud explosions, I'll call you.
All right, stay safe out there, George Webb.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, George Webb. He's on the western border of by Ukraine right now. I think he said he was in Hungary. So yeah, say a prayer for him. Wish him some safe travels, and thank you for all the work you do, George. You can find his Twitter at RealGeorgeWebb1, which I am linking to the homepage of the website for all our people that are banned off Twitter and don't like using other apps. I'm getting the other people's Twitters profiles on there as well, so we can be a one-stop, one-pop shop for all your citizen journalist needs. But I'm going to play a little Gonzo Lira video, just kind of showcasing some of the things he's been talking about throughout the war here. That's what George Webb he wasn't allowed to go into Ukraine. Gonzola, fortunately, as Ukrainian citizen, was already there, and he seemed to be a bit shaken. Not more than a bit shaking. He kept saying, "I'm physically all right." Kept making the point, "I'm physically all right. I'm physically all right." And it seemed like he was very mentally unstable. He could barely put a sentence together. And it makes you think if there's some other things going on. And he was told he wasn't allowed to leave the country. I'm not sure why exactly. So I'm going to just show some other videos of why they won't let him leave and some of the things he's been working on. But that will all come after this break here at neighborhoodnewsstudio.com.
Welcome to World War DARPA. This is George Webb, and I've been going all over the world to different bioweapons plants in England, Porton Down. Of course, I've done DynCorp here in the United States and Indianapolis, chasing all these pathogens and rare diseases that seem to be brokered to the Ukrainians from our own DOD, from our own technology companies, and also Fort Detrick, where we did a lot of these pathogens. And they ended up in places like Ukraine, and they may be now deployed in places like Ukraine on this front line of NATO in this NATO battle. There's secret vaccines that have been in the works that are being controlled by Ukrainian billionaires, and diseases of old are now made new again with these chimeric new diseases. So there's a lot in this book about USAID, of course, with Predict, the Hunter Biden connection with Metabiota. And of course, we have all the shell companies that the Russian Ministry of Defense has talked about, and Gilead, of course, developing vaccines, the connection to Hunter Biden, MI6, Christopher Steele, the Chinese Foreign Information Industries, the 336 different labs the U.S. and the DOD has built around the world, and of course, the connection to the blackberries. History is repeated now from 1943, right now in Kiev, the Cossack dancer himself, Christopher Steele, giving pathogens for these crazy bioweapons programs to migrate bats with ticks and fleas and mosquitoes, as well as migratory birds, believe it or not. So we cover all the details, and of course, the ever-present Klaus Schwab is there. I go over all the different appearances I've made and the books I've written to cover the topic, and all new, all updated. So if you bought the existing book, you're going to see all new graphics and a new update, and it's going to be about 1/5 the price of the old book. So this is going to be an audio-visual book. You're going to get all these new graphics, all these new updates of gathering of information from various.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at neighborhoodnewsstudio.com. I do actually would like to show this Gonzalo Lear video just to give you guys a little piece of what he's been working on as well in Ukraine. George Webb likes Gonzalo just for the fact. I mean, he's in Ukraine covering these war stories, so giving the audience real-time updates. But one of the other things he likes to highlight is Kolomoisky and his connections to the Bidens and his connections to Zelensky through Burisma and some of these energy deals. It's him and George Webb are kind of on the same page when it comes to Kolomoisky and some of these Ukrainian oligarchs. So we'd like to keep continuing giving Gonzalo a shout out and give him some well wishes and some prayers as well. During that video I showcased earlier, he was very shooken up, and that's because some of the research he's been doing from the on-ground reporting on the war in Ukraine. So here we go with Gonzalo Lear.
I'll wait for chat to catch up. How am I looking? A little scruffy? Yeah. So yesterday, if you will recall, I did a, let's see, give me a, where's Tiffany Dover? If you can hear me and see me properly. I'm assuming that everything's copacetic.
5 by 5.
I'll just get to it.
That's what 5 by 5 means. You notice just how he's not his voice, he's not shaking. He has energy. He's making jokes. He tried to act like his normal self in the other video. I just wanted to point that out, but it didn't seem like it was working. He was very mentally unstable.
If you recall, yesterday I did a video where I talked about 4 videos that I'd seen, and I think I conclusively proved that they were propaganda. They were completely manufactured videos. The 4 videos alleged to have shown combat in Ukraine, and I showed that, or the aftermath of combat, and I showed that they were PR stunts. They were hoaxes. They weren't real. And a lot of other people have looked at those videos and realized, of course, that the tanks were not Ukrainian tanks. That's the other thing they weren't Russian tanks, rather. They weren't destroyed Russian tanks. They were destroyed Ukrainian tanks. That's another point that I kind of missed. When this whole issue came up, I pointed it out, but back on Twitter and stuff. But on the video, for some reason, it slipped my mind, but it's not important. What's important is that you saw those 4 videos of James Vasquez, of Ultra Cool Girl, of Guy in a Black Mask, and Belarusian Volunteer. All 4 of those were faked videos using the same sets. And I showed, I think that everybody would agree, that I showed conclusively that it was the same set or the same location. And in fact, the guy who did the most work on that, Nameless, well, he pinpointed the exact location. I'm not passing that information along, but he pretty much pinpointed the information, the location. And through other sources, we got a hold of the names of some of the crew members, but we're not 100% that they're the crew members, the people who actually shot the video. They weren't Ukraine, by the way. Well, not all of them, of course. But anyway, that's not important. What I want to emphasize is that yesterday's live stream conclusively proved that the Ukrainians manufacture videos, okay? Manufactures videos about the situation going on here now. Okay, so today, a whole bunch of stuff came out about Bucha, which is a suburb of Kiev. Now, you see, the way the Russians are fighting this war, they're not trying to conquer cities or conquer territory. What they are trying to do, as they said in their strategic objectives, is to demilitarize and denazify. And what does that mean? It means getting the Ukrainian armed force to either surrender or face annihilation. Simple as that. And so the strategy that they've been employing is called mobile warfare, okay? Maneuver warfare. The idea is not to capture territory, but rather move troops, move men and material so as to draw forces and then attack in different directions. Okay. And so in this kind of maneuver warfare, which is very common and typical in World War II, the point is to make feints and moves and attacks and then retreat to draw forces towards you and away from some other location where you're carrying out a battle. Now, the Russians, they said rather, that from the get-go, they weren't really interested in conquering Kiev. What they were trying to do was to draw forces, pin down forces, Ukrainian forces, in and around Kiev, force them to defend Kiev so that they could have their way with the southern coast of the Black Sea, or rather the northern coast of the Black Sea, the south coast of Ukraine. And that's what they did. And they finally captured and controlled Mariupol. There's some sporadic fighting, but it's not going to change the outcome of the war. Now that they've achieved that objective, they're turning to fighting in the area of Kramatorsk, which is in the southeast near the Donbass contact line, where they are in the process of dealing with the 60,000 man army that the Ukrainians have there, which is completely cut off and doesn't have any gasoline and cannot be resupplied. And in fact, the communications are sporadic, if there are any at all. See? So they're going to deal with that army. And that's why they pulled their troops out of Kiev to reroute them via Russia around the country and back in, and to get them to fighting there around the Kramatorsk area. Okay. Here in Kharkov, we've noticed a significant decrease in shelling. It's clear that, yeah, they're pulling out here too, see? Because it was a feint, or it was part of their overall strategy. And of course, they're going to come around here to Kharkov later on, once they've dealt with the Donbass situation. They're going to win, okay? And all of a sudden, today came out like a whole bunch of videos strewn around the town or the suburb of Bucha. And throughout this, these videos, these people were bound and lying dead throughout the suburb, just scattered about hither and yon. I mean, they weren't like all grouped together in a single place and all murdered, you know? No, and they were lying in the middle of the street, on the sidewalks, all over the place. And there were several videos, like for instance, there was one where a car is, or an armored vehicle of some sort. I have no idea which one. Don't ask me that, those kinds of complicated questions. An armored vehicle is going down the street and has to zigzag around these bodies lying on the street. And the car behind, from which the video is being filmed, shows this. And the car also zigzags between the bodies, which that immediately struck me as very odd. Because you see, when you see a body lying on the street, you don't leave it there. And it was very odd that all of these bodies were arranged in such a way that it was possible for the cars to zigzag between them and never have to stop because a body was lying right in their path and have to move that body. And it also didn't make sense for the people who dumped the bodies, but okay. It seemed weird. And the first video that came out, there was a artifact in the video because the video was not of high resolution. And so there was like this little artifact that streaked by that looked like a hand of one of the people lying on the ground. And people initially thought, oh my God, that guy's hand moved to touch his face. But then on closer inspection of a higher res version, an earlier version of it, you know, it was possible to see that it was actually a raindrop that was sliding across the windscreen. And as it slid, it just so happened to catch, and there was a parallax effect. It caught right on the image where the guy is going by. And that's why it gave the illusion of this. And there was also the camera panned around, and it briefly showcased the side mirror of the car. And on the side mirror of the car, it seemed as if one of the corpses left behind was sort of like rolling over and getting up. Okay. And like everybody thought, and myself included, everybody thought, oh my God, you know, that's fake. It's fake. It's fake. But then later on realizing, what was going on is that, see, you know, a lot of mirrors nowadays, on the very edge, they go wide angle, and it's like it's a flat mirror, but then at the very edge, it goes wide angle so that the driver can see his blind spot. And it was pretty obvious that that was what was going on. And it was getting distorted because of the wide angle of the mirror. And it gave the illusion that the person was standing up, that the body that was lying on the ground was standing up, or rolling over in preparation to standing up. But it wasn't the case. Okay. It was just, I mean, and I looked at it carefully. But even so, there was all kinds of weirdness to the videos. They just didn't seem real. And there's another video. And by the way, all these videos are on my Telegram channel. You can go check them out. And if you don't want to scroll through everything, all you have to do is go to my Telegram channel and go to media on the Telegram channel. And there you'll spot all the videos, and it'll be easy to see them. And see, the point is that, see, these videos, I post them on my Telegram channel. I can't post them here because of the limitations I have, that I just have my phone. But they look fake. They look goddamn fake. Okay. And it's not something that I would say, even without knowing that the Zelensky regime has previously faked video, which I showed yesterday, that they faked those videos. I showed it conclusively, and I don't think anybody doubts that those were faked videos. The video today, just looking at it, it just looked fake. Now, there are several sets of videos, but two videos in particular are very noticeable. The ones of like this, you know, the car, a passenger in a car, inside the car is filming video with his cell phone. It's horizontal, and he's following an armored vehicle that is slightly ahead of him. And the two vehicles are zigzagging between these bodies on the ground. And then there's another that's very high production value. That is on my Telegram channel. And I'll post the link to these videos in the description after this stream is done. And in this very high production quality video, I mean, like, you guys know, I mean, my older CRP fans, right, before this newfound fame of Gonzalo Lira, you know, here stuck in Kharkov, right? My CRP fans would know all about my, you know, coach posting, you know, like Coach Kino, right? Because I love having cool gear and doing high quality videos and experimenting with looks and textures and all the rest of it, insofar as my videos are concerned. And so I have some experience with video production. And of course, before, in a previous lifetime, I used to direct movies and produce movies, and I have a lot of experience with very expensive high-end camera gear. And I can tell you right off the bat that in that second high production value video, it had these perfect shots of these dead bodies and all the rest of it. First of all, the cameras that they used were very high end. Okay. I mean, it's not merely that they had high resolution. Okay. The lenses were very, very expensive. Okay. I'm talking Canon Ls, you know, or Zeiss lenses if they were using a different system rather than Canon. And I mean, it was really noticeable. And also there was very, very good post-production. They color corrected that just to a T. You know, they just ever so slightly brought up the contrast. Okay. But they brightened the color just a little bit. Just a little bit of oversaturation, but just a tiny fraction of it, okay? And so everything just like popped and it feels hyper real, okay? And of course, when it feels hyper real, then you know it's fake, okay? And what was really interesting about these videos, okay, I looked at them very, very carefully a number of times. Now, unfortunately, you're gonna have to take my word for it, but take notes of what I say, and when you see the video, compare and contrast. What I noticed off the bat right away is that you don't see any wounds. You see the dead people and their bodies are intact. You don't see any wounds. And in fact, you don't see their faces. None of them show their faces. There was one body I saw, alleged body, that was lying on its back, its head on the curb and its body like stretched out, like perpendicular to the curb, stretched out across the street, lying dead there, its face staring up. But it was a medium shot taken far enough away that you couldn't really see the face. But the pallor of the skin was wrong. It was a little too yellow. It hadn't been a recent death. It was wrong. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it was wrong. Okay. Now, all of the bodies that they showed, except for the hands of one woman, that it showed her hands tied up with this white cloth binding.
Already found it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's Gonzalo Lear. He was just kept breaking down some of the false videos that they were showing. You know, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. We see you can't believe everything you see on the internet, and it's as we know with like the CGI and some of the facial stuff they have on even apps like TikTok and Instagram. They can do a lot of funny stuff when it comes to video editing. But the reason I stopped that video a little short, our Friday Citizen Journal friend from Canada has officially arrived. Jesse, how you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. How are things up north? Is the weather starting to finally get better? I see some sunshine on your face there.
Yeah, so there's sun out here. It's going to be plus 12 degrees Celsius, which is probably about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm up in Edmonton right now in my girlfriend's city. Down in Calgary, 3 hours south of us, they've just been bombarded with some crazy snow, and they're like just amazing amounts. Like we've had some snow here, but it's melted now. But you know, there's different parts, even just 3 hours away. You know, you see how different it is where they've got a foot of snow outside right now.
Yeah, I've been seeing some like reports on that on Reddit and Twitter and stuff, and it's like it's just 60 degrees here in Michigan, and they're like 4 feet of snow. They open their door and it's just completely snowed in. It's like, yeah, that's why I don't live in Canada, pretty much. So you guys got more willpower than us Americans when it comes to that cold stuff.
Well, if I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't be here right now. I'd be somewhere nice and warm and tropical. And because of our prime minister and some of the illegal things that they've done, we're stuck here right now as it is. So we can't even board a plane, train, or a bus right now without having the demon juice pass. So I basically right now probably wouldn't be an option because my finances are very limited. But one day we're hoping to build a sustainable community somewhere, try to figure something out. I've got a whole bunch of people that we've connected to around the world that want to come and join in this community. So that's kind of what the goal is one day, and hopefully more tropical, the better.
It'll definitely attract more people, I'll tell you that right now. But that is that's something you just talked about. You can't go anywhere with passports and everything. That's kind of what's going on in Shanghai right now. To an extreme, they got their citizens completely locked up. They can't go visit their grandparents. They're getting like rotten food put on their doorstep to eat, and it's a terrible situation. And that's where all of this will continue to lead if we just let the powers that be just have their way. And part of the reason is you're especially, I guess I'm not 100% sure about the United States politicians, but a lot of the Canadian politicians are in that WEF Young Global Leaders program that Klaus likes to talk about so much. So I do have a couple different news articles. I'm not sure if you've seen them or not, but I'm assuming if you'd like to comment on them, if you want to kind of do that type of thing here, if you'd be more than welcome to join in.
Sure, that sounds awesome.
All right, so let's see.
You can hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
Okay, I had a little bit of technical difficulty, so I went to log in, and then I was for some reason just locked out of my email, so I had to recreate the email, recreate a new password. When I got into the to StreamYard link, then I couldn't hear any sound on the voice, like the little bars weren't going up. So then I had to restart the whole computer, start it again. I was locked out of my email again, so I had to go into the email, came in, and I still couldn't hear any sound, so I had to switch it because we've got a new microphone. We've got a new microphone. I bought this for my girlfriend's birthday, and we had it working yesterday fine for the missing link with Robert Deutsch, and just for some reason today I get on and nothing works, locked out of email, microphone's not working, and it's just one of those things that just seem to happen to hinder progress.
We were actually having some issues ourselves. Aaron kept texting us like, hot mic, you got a hot mic. And it was like, even through our Rodecaster, I'd hit like the mute button just to mute myself, and that would like cause the sound to go off, then the sound to switch to my computer, which caused the hot mic. And it's like, how does that make sense? The Rodecaster shouldn't be connected to my MacBook at all in that sort of sense. So there definitely is some fishy stuff that happens every once in a while. That's when I like to wave to your local FBI agent that's kind of keeping an eye on you throughout the day. But have you been keeping up on this Gonzalo Lear situation over in Ukraine at all? The gentleman who I had on the screen, the Ukrainian reporter.
No, that's the first time I heard that.
Oh, he's doing first on the ground reporting from Ukraine as a journalist, and he we dig into the fake news narratives here, and he was saying in that video that like a lot of the stories that we're hearing over here in the West regarding like some of the bodies piled up and some of the tanks being blown up and some of the interactions between the militaries and the civilians, like all of that was not all of it, but there's a big amount of it that was just kind of made up, and there were actors out there, and there was just like these fake bodies being put on the scene, and they were just trying to, it almost seemed like they were just trying to get the West more involved for A, to actually start the war, and B, to get the money. And he went missing for a couple days, and no one knew where he was at. He was apparently, the Ukrainian authorities got a hold of him and told him he can't leave the country now. And they took his laptop, his phone, and they started posting fake stuff on his accounts. And it's just a little bit of, it's just eye-opening as a citizen journalist on what can go wrong if you start reporting the truth in actual real life situations.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And there's a meme that's going around as of yesterday I saw, and it showed that all of these cars were flipped over because of some kind of missile blast, but not one of the windows in the area of where these cars were flipped over were broken. And so the meme is saying, well, man, where did these get these windows? We should install those windows where we live, because if they can flip all the cars from this missile, the blast is right there, but not one window gets impacted. We need those kind of windows in our house.
We've all had the moment, you're driving down the expressway, you get behind the semi, you get the nick on your glass, and you're like, dang it. Then you got to drive around with your glass cracking. And yeah, if you got some missile proof window panes, call Safe Auto.
Yeah, well, no, these were the buildings, all the buildings around, the windows in the buildings,
okay.
And not one window was touched, but you have all these cars that are flipped over, and and then like all the windows in all the buildings. So for some reason, the missile came in, blew up, the cars flipped over, smashed on the ground, but not one window had one pane broken of glass on it, just showing you how it was fake. And I also saw another when there was some live reporting, and there was a whole bunch of dead bodies in the back, and then some guy gets out of the thing and he starts smoking a cigarette or something, and you got this person coming, no, you got to be playing dead in this body bag. And so Didn't realize they were live at that moment, I guess.
It's like, was that live? And it's like, yep. that was definitely the mistake. There's always a friend like that messes up the scene. They're always a little bit out of touch when they're not supposed to be. But it's yeah, if we're getting fake, this goes into this whole Smith month narrative that we like to talk about here at Neighborhood News Studio, or your own government can use propaganda against you to kind of push the narrative and start pushing the policies in the way they see fit. And if they're over there creating, like, actually, they're not just like lying about it on the news and doing false reporting, but they're actually like hiring actors and creating these like weird school plays over in Ukraine. That's like a whole nother step in fake news. And it shows why you see CNN Plus, they're failing. All, like, I'm sure like Alex Jones and all these other channels, they always brag about how their numbers are better than MSNBC and CNN and stuff. And I'd like to think we would be that way too if our algorithms didn't get pushed down. But yeah, it's just the continuation of battling this fake news narrative.
I just sent you a clip of where maybe kind of fake news started. I emailed it to you, or you just emailed me the link.
Okay.
And as long as you don't mind a couple F-bombs, played on the network, it's NASA, and this is where fake news maybe started. And it shows how, when they had the moon landing, they faked the moon landing, and then they show, he jumps off, and then all of a sudden in behind. And was that the clip that I sent you?
No, the Tyrone.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm looking for the clip it was to the Neighborhood News email.
Yeah, I just emailed it to
put it in the chat if you could, or the private chat.
Okay.
That's the best way to do it.
For some reason I'm locked out of my email now. That's why it just says it's got to be queued to send. So just give me a. Someone just sent me that this morning. I had Robert Deutsch on the missing link yesterday, and he's quite a character. And he talks about the geoengineering and the weather warfare, and he does all these satellite images. He predicts weather forecasts. He warned the Australian people about the upcoming rain that was coming before any of the meteorologists did. And he just sent me this today because he was talking a little bit about, because I was, mentioning to him about possibly the fakeness of satellites, being up there.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't like that at all. He was like, if, they're all fake, then all of his work is, like all of his work doesn't, make any sense. But, he sent me this clip about the NASA, and
I'm still waiting on it. I don't know if maybe this is the powers that be not want the video to be shown,
Well, they locked me out of my, how I was locked out of on my computer. I got totally locked out of my Google account. So that's why when I press send, it just says,
what's the title of the video? I'm sure I can find it.
I'm going to send it to you in 1 sec. I just had to open up my Facebook because he sent it to me in Messenger.
Okay.
So it's a YouTube link, and he says have a laugh when he mentioned it, but it's NASA and them faking the moon landing, and it just shows like real detailed clips. So it's coming right now in the private chat.
We were actually just discussing this the other day on McDuff and digging into it a little bit, so I'm interested to see what this video has to offer. Here we go.
It's a great, like, just don't mind a few F-bombs. It's the NASA guys that are like actually saying we landed on the effing moon, and like
that is the type of reaction I'd want, if I walked out onto the moon. No way. I'm like, one small step for man, one giant, and be like Craig, throw me the beer.
Delta 1, this is Mission Control. Roger, you're 2013. Sorry you fellas are having a bit of trouble. We are reviewing telemetric information in our mission simulator and will advise.
In our mission simulator.
This is Tranquility Base. The Eagle has landed. Jesus H. Christ. Houston. We're on the fucking moon. Over. Roger, Tranquility. We copy that. We cannot believe you are on the fucking moon. Repeat, cannot fucking believe it. Over.
So is that like, we cannot effing believe it, like almost like it's not real?
That's exactly. It's like, when Elon Musk said, "Oh, it looks so fake that it must be real."
And it is, yeah. I didn't know I don't know, for some reason, for whatever reason in my head, I didn't realize they had actual color TV back then during the moon landing. I always thought like, oh yeah, they watched it on black and white, but no, that wasn't the case apparently. You never see stars.
For Christ's sake. The moon. Over.
So for our podcast audience, they're showing like NASA scientists on the set, like kind of tussling with the astronauts' uniforms and kind of helping them out a little bit in certain aspects. John, you got a comment?
Yeah,
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I worked at Douglas Aircraft with one of the guys that was on the team. He was head of flight test when I worked with him back in '95. But he gets this question all the time. What he told me was that they could not afford to get up there with this brand new experimental color TV set and then lose a signal to the ground, because for political reasons they had to make sure that the video came back from the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So that they did shoot, just in case they lost a signal or this brand new color TV didn't work, they did shoot a studio version.
Okay.
There in Hollywood.
Sounds like a cover up to me.
So you're saying in case they lost feed, they had to have this backup footage for the rest of the citizens, like sitting at home, being like, "Oh, what are we doing here? You know, this was supposed to be the greatest achievement in human history," and it's like, here's some studio footage.
Yeah, we just have to take your word for it, because there was no signal back from the moon.
That's how. I mean,
it was just unacceptable.
For them
unacceptable.
to have signal back to the moon with like a TV broadcast back then seems like nuts to me. As just boggles my mind. It's like, how does that even make sense?
But Nixon was able to talk to them from a landline and communicate them from his little corded phone. And if you actually look at the shuttle, it's actually, you can see duct tape in some of the places. So they actually went to the moon with something that was put together with duct tape. Like
that, I remember there was like an Elon. I believe it was like the Elon Musk video a couple years back. There's like I think it was the one where the car was going into space. They saw like a little mouse running on the outside of like the ship, and it's like, I thought they weren't allowed to breathe out there. Why is there like a little mouse running on ship? But yeah, you are right with the communications thing, because even with 5G and all this technology, like I talked to McDuff, who lives in Maryland. And we cannot get a solid connection from the studio in Michigan to Maryland, and like we get 3 words in, call drop, 3 words in, call drop. And it's like, the fact that they were able to hit the moon back then is just a little far-fetched.
It's not that far-fetched, because just a few years later, like in '75, we had multiple satellites up in the sky, 22,000 geosynchronous orbit. And we were able to communicate from one ground station to another ground station via satellite. So, 365.
A couple years later, though.
And this is what they're telling us. We don't even know if that actually legit happened. one of the things for citizen journalism, at least for me, is that everything is pretty much a lie out there until proven truth.
I believe that they actually landed something on the moon.
I like to
I
take
don't-
everyone's word for it until I prove it a lie. I'm the opposite.
Harvey believed that they actually landed. Most of the people I worked with in Boeing and McDonnell Douglas believed it really happened. But whether or not what we saw on TV was actual footage or was the studio version, we'll never know. The truth will never be known at this point.
I personally think we went to the moon. Well, so in the studio alone, we're 2-1 votes over here. Jesse, where you stand?
No, I don't. I
How
think
are you?
it's an absolute farce with everything that comes out of NASA. And like, if we really, had these technologies to go this rover to Mars and all that kind of stuff, don't you think as it was leaving, away from Earth, that they could actually turn these super cameras around, face at the Earth, and watch as the Earth is spinning around and give us real video footages? Supposedly we can see things with these Hubble telescopes, but you can't see real clear videos and something believable of our actual Earth and seeing different places. So no, I think that everything comes out of NASA is a lie. I think part of it, to be able to propagate this lie so effectively, is even the people that are working in the communication towers believe that there's people on there when they're actually, a small group is actually in the movie set. And so the people are, hey, we think we're on the moon. They have to make people believe. So the people in Boeing and all these other people believe that there actually was on the moon when, I think that it never happened, but that's just my own personal opinion.
I don't think everything NASA does is a lie, but a lot of it is. I think it's just a big giant money laundering organization at this point. It's like, hey, we need billions, we want to go to Mars. Hey, we need trillions, we want to start investing in asteroid harvesting. Yeah, we need trillions. We want to invest in metabiota. It's like whatever project they need, because it's space and it's science and it's exploration. It's like they really do kind of get the funding for. But we never finished that video. Let's get back to it real quick. We only got about 8 more minutes.
I just wanted to say, whether it's real or fake, is irrelevant to the point that, why are we sending money and giving them money and exploring space, exploring Mars, exploring any of this stuff while there's still people here on Earth that have no food, that have no clean water, that are dying of starvation? There's no justification ever that you could spend this kind of money when we can't help the people here that need it the most.
I agree.
You're cleared to hook up lunar equipment conveyor to walk on the moon. Over. I'm descending the ladder. See the Earth.
Okay. Okay. Now, that first clip of the Earth was absolutely amazing. It's like, it's like, what are we looking at here? And they're like, that's Earth. And it's like,
look at the land. The land is right at the very, very top of the atmosphere. Like, there's nothing, there's no space in between the top of the circle and North America.
This is literally a cardboard like painting that they like had on a string, and they were just like holding it as it goes by, and underneath the Earth they had it was probably like a lollipop where they were like slowly just twisting it, and like you're like, I don't know why they wouldn't add stars, but we could for the amount of money that NASA got for this, even if they like this was like a studio recreation, if this was what they were going to present to the public, oh, you guys need to step your game. If I could do that better than this, like with a 2-year-old right now.
But we talk about that now, but at the time in the 60s when this was all new and TV's new, at the time everybody bought it. Right now, as we dig and we find out, and at the time, you know, was there many people questioning the validity, you know, when it actually happened?
I'm guessing not. There probably was like a couple tinfoil hatters shouting to everyone like it's fake, it's fake. But other than that, everyone's just like, yeah, we went to the moon, the greatest accomplishment ever. But here we go. It's unbelievable.
Love of Christ. We read you, Tranquility, over. On the bottom rung of the ladder. Just one more step and I'm... Tranquility? Holy living fuck. Are you fucking believing this? Over. We read you. Over.
So they could barely even do the first take on the set, let alone actually go to the moon.
and who was actually filming if this was real? Like, you know, who was the one that actually was filming the camera, you know, that got there? If someone, they filmed the person's first step, well, who got there first to be able to film that?
Mm-hmm. This almost I don't know if I believe like the voiceovers on this video. There's no way this is actual people talking, because it's just like it's way too funny. Just that alone, it's like people weren't that funny back then.
I hope the two of you are not concerned about this.
All right, well, that was the end of the video there. So, yeah, thank you for sharing that. Though that's the actual studio recreation of landing on the moon. That's quite an eye-opening video, Jesse.
Well, that's Robert just from the missing link yesterday. All the videos are uploaded on the, you know, Rumble, so we've got everything up to date. I had to go delete a bunch of older videos that weren't monetized and, you know, didn't have much views, but I was able to get some room.
Is that why the new videos won't show up?
Well, it says that I have 1 terabyte worth of room, and then I was over for my, you know, $25 US a month. And then I was over the 1 terabyte. So I thought that was why. So I went and deleted a whole bunch, and then now they're all ended up popping up. So this Robert Deutsch, he's quite the character. That was yesterday's interview.
We definitely need to talk to Rumble about their algorithms. It's like when you upload the new video, the ones on the back end, just make it so those go away and the new one stays in the stream. That would definitely help out a little bit on the back end work. But unfortunately, we are running out of time here, and we do have to get the Protecting the Nest going with Carol McIntosh, Tara Starr, and Amber Connor, being hosted by John Wilkins and Tyrone Sargent. You just give a brief overview of some of your interviews that you've done in the past, Link, so people know what they're checking out here when they go to the T Missing link on Rumble.
Okay, so we had on Tuesday we had Clay Clark from the from the Awakening tour with General Flynn and a whole bunch of other people, Eric Trump and them. So he was on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we were supposed to have Lee Dundas, but she ended up. She's actually today. She's going to be starting in about 3 hours from now at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Lee Dundas. She's a lawyer who, you know, is kind of the head of the you know, the doctors who are going against the vaccines and the vaccine mandates and stuff like that. So she's going to be an amazing guest, you know, today, first or second lawyer, but first one that's actually talking about the mandates and stuff. So really excited about that. We've got Jerry Sargent, who's you know, spiritual guy of the UK on Saturday, which is tomorrow. Next week, we have John St. Julian, very well-known spiritual guy, talks a lot about opening the third eye, really is into the Bible and, the teachings that come from there. We've got
There's a lot
Dr.
of people nowadays that just need to open their eyes in general. We got a lot of walking zombies out there. It's like, get your eyes open, get your head on a swivel, people. So
Never mind the
world's
third
coming
eye, open the two that you got. Then we have on Wednesday as well, Dr. Roger Hodgkinson. He's a pathologist out of Canada. He's been, against the vaccines, and he was with the trucker convoy. So he's going to be really exciting. Then we've got Scott McKay, which is Patriot Street Fighter. He's next Thursday. We've got Richard Rayleigh. He's a funny guy who's, amassed quite a following on Facebook, talking about, what's going on. And then we've got Paul Unslaved. He's another guy that talks about what's going on. And then next Friday, April 29th, we've got Dr. Amanda Vollmer, who believes in the terrain theory. She's going to be debating Dr. Paul Cottrell.
What's
on
the terrain theory?
The terrain theory is that your terrain is your terrain, and you get sick because your body is, has toxins inside of it. You don't get sick because someone sneezes or someone coughs. There's no airborne viruses or illnesses. When you have too much toxicity in your own terrain, in your body, that's when you get sick. And when one person gets sick because of the toxicity, most people around in their house are eating the same things, breathing the same air. So it kind of spurs the other people in the house to get sick and release these viruses or this sickness. You get sick to get it out of you to get well. Opposed to, Dr. Paul Cottrell believes in the germ theory that, germs are out there. If you sneeze, you touch something, someone touches something, you touch your nose, you're going to get sick from it. So there's going to be a debate between terrain theory and germ theory. It's the first ever debate that the Missing Link has had, and it's going to be show number 200. So in just over 1 year and 1 month, we're going to be on 200 shows. So that's pretty exciting for the Missing Link.
Well, that's awesome. What day is the debate on exactly?
Next Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Beautiful. That'll be right after neighborhoodnewsstudio.com. So we'll make sure that all of our audience goes over and watches it, because that is going to be very interesting. And the terrain theory, I've never heard of that, but that does make some sense, because when you're stressed out, that's what I feel like causes a lot of these issues too. It's like it's internal. If you're not taking care of yourself, you're not taking care of your body won't take care of you. And it's all copacetic, and they're all linked in body, mind, and spirit. So I look forward to that interview next Friday on the Missing Link. And Jesse, thank you for joining us this Friday afternoon, and tell your significant other that Neighborhood News Studio says hello.
I will tell Angeline, and I just wanted to say I'm kind of a living proof of the terrain theory. I used to get a cold once or twice every single year. For years, every year of my probably life, I remember getting 1 or 2 colds every year. I stopped eating meat just over 4 years ago. Started eating a lot more fruits and vegetables, very healthy vitamins. I'm doing everything to combat, my vaccine injury that I got from about 10 years ago. So I've been doing lots of things. But once I stopped eating meat, I haven't had a cold or flu since. I haven't had anything in the last 2 years. I haven't had any greenness, coughing, sniffles, when I used to have that every single year. I changed my terrain, stopped eating meat, started eating a lot more fruits and vegetables. I'm very balanced, spiritually and happy. And I haven't had a cold or flu since. So, and I didn't wear a mask this whole entire, last 2 years of, I wore it first, 3 weeks or a month with my mom, whenever I went out with my mom, but I didn't wear it anywhere. And I gone everywhere, and I didn't catch a cold, didn't catch this crazy pandemic virus. I just escaped it. How? Because my terrain, my immune system is strong. It enables me. I don't need to purge. Don't get me wrong. Having a cold is good, if you need to purge the toxins out of your body.
Yeah, that does make sense, and that goes into your sweat lodges as well. You got to sweat it out every once in a while, ladies and gentlemen. Get those toxins out, and that goes with hitting the gym too. That's why working out is good for you. You sweat all those bad juju vibes out of your body, get them to go away. And I'm sure Carol McIntosh, she likes to dig into this stuff too. I'd like to hear her input at the beginning of the next show on terrain theory if she does have any. But ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Hall, Jesse H. Jesse Hall, thank you once again for joining us at neighborhoodnewsstudio.com. And we will see you next Friday. And we look forward to watching your interviews on Rumble at T Missing Link and at YouTube at The Missing Link Jesse. Have a good day, our Canadian brethren.
Thanks a lot, brother. It's awesome. Love you all. Have an amazing show, everybody. And you guys are doing good work and just love everything that you guys are doing. So really honored to be a part of the Neighborhood News Studio Network. So love you guys. Bye, everyone.
It's a beautiful world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to have Protecting the Nest with the most three beautiful women in the Neighborhood News Studio Zeitgeist: Amber Connor, Carol McIntosh, and John Wilkins. That was just a joke. Tara Starr. So Carol McIntosh, Amber Connor, and Tara Starr. You never know with the world we live in nowadays, people. So Protecting the Nest will be on after this break.
Welcome to World War DARPA. This is George Webb, and I've been going all over the world to different bioweapons plants in England, Porton Down. Of course, I've done DynCorp here in the United States and Indianapolis, chasing all these pathogens and rare diseases that seem to be brokered to the Ukrainians from our own DOD, from our own technology companies, and also Fort Detrick, where we did a lot of these pathogens. And they ended up in places like Ukraine, and they may be now deployed in places like Ukraine on this front line of NATO in this NATO battle. There's secret vaccines that have been in the works that are being controlled by Ukrainian billionaires, and diseases of old are now made new again with these chimeric new diseases. So there's a lot in this book about USAID, of course, with Predict, the Hunter Biden connection with Metabiota. And of course, we have all the shell companies that the Russian Ministry of Defense has talked about, and Gilead, of course, developing vaccines, the connection to Hunter Biden, MI6, Christopher Steele, the Chinese Foreign Information Industries, the 336 different labs the U.S. and the DOD has built around the world, and of course, the connection to the blackberries. History is repeated now from 1943, right now in Kiev, the Cossack dancer himself, Christopher Steele, giving pathogens for these crazy bioweapons programs to migrate bats with ticks and fleas and mosquitoes, as well as migratory birds, believe it or not. So we cover all the details, and of course, the ever-present Klaus Schwab is there. I go over all the different appearances I've made and the books I've written to cover the topic, and all new, all updated. So if you bought the existing book, you're going to see all new graphics and a new update, and it's going to be about 1/5 the price of the old book. So this is going to be an audio-visual book. You're going to get all these new graphics, all these new updates of gathering of information from various.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this edition of Protecting the Nest. Today is April 22nd, 2022, and you are synchronized to neighborhoodnewsstudio.com. Our host today is Carol McIntosh, and with her are Amber Connor and Tara Starr. And let's bring them into the studio. Good afternoon, Carol.
Hi. Nice to see ya.
You too. What's going on today?
Well, we've noticed that there's a lot of worry about food supply. So we want to talk about what you can do to protect your nest, about food supply, and we have a lot of ideas how to start doing, small container gardens. Everybody can do something to improve the freshness of the food they eat too. It's got a lot of other benefits. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Sorry about the pooch there. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Amber.
How are you guys? I'm just
Good.
glad my dog isn't barking. This is around
Yeah, mine is.
the mailman comes, and we've got a German Shepherd, and he's very silly, but he talks to the mail lady. And first he tries to scare her, so she says something to him, and then he wants attention, so he puts his paws under the fence. So she'll, give him attention, but he's obnoxious when that happens. And she hasn't been by yet, so I'll probably mute if it happens. It's like it's a ritual that he does.
Yeah, mine has
Hopefully
various
the mailman
rituals.
can bring some food today.
Yeah, dog food. Sometimes the old mailman brought treats, so he gets all excited too. The new one doesn't. She has a different theory about managing dogs.
Yeah, food is on everybody's mind lately.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually sent an email with pictures of all the food distribution centers that have been hit in the last year, and then all of the shipping containers that are pushed way back, and then the bird flu H1N1 they're talking about again. And so I did a little bit of a collage. It's in 3 different emails, but this is something we need to keep our eye on, don't you think, Carol?
Definitely. Yeah. We've heard rumors of this for a long time that, okay, the next shoe to drop is going to be no food in the grocery stores. But now we're actually seeing these things play out, and it's not a nice thing to watch. It's like, it looks very orchestrated. And here we go. Why don't you explain what we're looking at here, Amber?
So these are just different clips taken of different news reports of, like it starts off with plants in the U.S. have blown up and burned down in the past few days. And some even go back to last November. But as John kind of scrolls through it, I'll just kind of give a brief overview. Like the plane crashes into an Idaho potato and food processing plant, killing the pilot. It just seems, very odd that, I know that there's warehouse fires that happen, especially with tire warehouses that store tires, warehouses that store paper goods. But this is definitely an uptick in warehouses being destroyed, catching fire, having a lot of these other issues where they have to shut down or kill all their chickens or, whatever this has happened in the last couple of weeks. And then if you add back last year, you're looking at a huge hit to distribution centers. And then if you add it in with the shipping containers that are backed up, and then, it's kind of like I keep hearing everywhere food shortages. Even the president said food shortages. So everybody's saying food shortages. But then when you look at these pictures, you'll always have people go, well, that's just normal. Okay, so if we're being told there's going to be food shortages, then we're seeing lots of distribution centers get hit. And then we hear people complaining about shipping container areas. And then you've got truckers that are upset because they don't want to be mandated to be vaccinated. All of this kind of 2 + 2 = 4. And so I'm one of those, I'm a planner and I pay attention to detail. So, you don't have to scream it at me. I can catch the whispers. I can catch the hints. And to me, I think when you're protecting a nest, you really have to look out for your family. You can't worry about naysayers and you can't worry about people telling you to calm down or relax. You really have to make sure you have, extra rice, beans, things that don't go bad, that have a shelf life of 2 or 3 years, things you're going to eat anyway. We're big on peanut butter, jelly. And what's great is if you get it in glass jars, when we're done with it, we actually clean out the glass jars. We store, like when we burn a fire pit outside, we'll grab the ashes before they get wet. That's a great source of nitrogen for our garden. Like there's so many things you can do with the reusable jars you're not only making sense by buying ahead, but then you're not being hit with inflation. When we're told inflation, food's going to go up, why wouldn't you go ahead and purchase the things you always purchase that are at, a particular price now that could go up $3, $4, $5. You can save yourself a couple $1,000s by the end of the year. Plus you're prepared. And then if you're dealing with a mad rush on the grocery store, you're not worried. You're not going in there dealing with people who are losing their mind because they only had 1 or 2 days worth of groceries in their kitchen. So Carol and I and Tara have been talking about this, and we just, when we're protecting our nest, this is something that's smart. It's efficient, it makes sense, and it's frugal. So I'll let Carol take it away as John kind of goes through all of these pictures so, people can see, yeah, our food distribution centers are being hit.
Well, I've got Tyrone riding shotgun, and I'm going to ask Tyrone to go back one page to the plane crash. Yeah, what are the, I come from an aviation background, and I'm going to look into the odds of plane crashes. I'm assuming it's a small plane with 4 to 6 passengers.
Just
What are
one.
the odds of a plane crashing into a large plant of any kind? And yeah, I mean, especially when you have had five food processing plants explode in the previous 5 days. I mean, this is really, something to look at.
Yes. I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, I hate sending friends like alarming things, but it's just come to a point where I don't want to be on the back end of it and going, well, I did have this information, but I didn't want to upset your sensibilities or stress you out. I think it's more stressful to find out that you have, enough food for your family of 4 for like 2 days, and then you're trying to figure out what to do. And here I was sitting on information for like 3 weeks, not wanting to upset you. You know what? I've reached a point. I will upset my friends so that I can rest at night and know that I could be wrong, right? But I did my due diligence in order to protect my home, my family, my friends, my community. That's really, if we would stop trying to censor one another and get upset at one another because we don't like what someone's sharing. And if we don't like it, we scroll by it, right? Or we say thanks. When I get a text, if I don't like it, I don't snap back and flip out and go, I don't agree. I say thank you. Thank you. I mean, it's very easy, and it takes less energy to say thank you than it does to ream someone out. So I really think it's so much easier to say, my friend cares about me. This is what they're believing. And I am so happy that they trust me enough to share this with me, whether or not I agree, right? And so I put their emotions first. And I think all 3 of us have lost friends or had friends say, don't share this or whatever. And, if I wasn't so stubborn, I would stop sharing. But I cannot sleep if I don't. And so I'd rather them be mad at me than not be able to sleep and worry about them.
Well, Amber, one of the things that you had up earlier, I don't know if it's in this list, but there was a large food processing plant in Oregon that went up in flames last week. And it's in an area of Oregon that is right in the middle of all the fruit production. So, and they ship up nationally. It's a big place. And we did have an interview in the paper with the president, and he said, fortunately, it's devastating, but because the harvests are in the fall, that'll give them enough time to kind of rebuild what they need, and that all the produce that was already processed is already in the chain. So fortunately, that one won't be devastating, and they have a lot of things across the country too.
That's
but
good.
Still, it's just bizarre coincidences that so many food processing warehouses are going up in flames all over the country. There's coincidences, and then with the foreshadowing, it's pretty strange. And another thing I noticed too was this is a potato chip factory. This is a different one. Yeah, yes. The other one was fruit.
Different emails. So
yeah,
it would only let me send 5 pictures at a time. So I actually had 16 pictures of food distribution centers, and that's just now really you're able to collect a collage of them, and in less than a year. You have over 16. And I didn't even see the potato chip one, so that's another one.
Yeah, that's a new
Which
one.
I need less potato chips, but
Yeah.
but like if all the food disappeared in the world, as long as I have potatoes and chocolate, I would be so happy. But potato chips are my nemesis.
Well, I also noticed a video from China that I gave him the link to. Maybe we could show that. And it's in Chinese. I don't know exactly what they're saying, but it sure looks like they're destroying like local people's gardens.
Yes.
So it's a pretty shocking thing. You can't understand why are they doing this, but we know that there's a lot of strange things coming out of China right now where people aren't being fed. Here we go.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew as soon as Gretchen Whitmer yellow lined off the seeds at the beginning of Corona that somebody somewhere didn't want us to grow our food or have our food, right?
Well, there still are seeds, but I did notice the price has gone up quite a lot. Well, here's the picture of China where they're just scraping off all the new little plants that are starting to grow in this maybe communal garden, it looks like.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And for people who are really nervous or they're like, you know what, I really I don't have the money to pay, $2.49 for a pack of organic seeds at Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace Hardware, whatever. You know what? If you're just getting started and you want to learn how to plant, go to the Dollar Tree. You can get 4 packets of seeds for $1 and practice with that. I mean, if you don't want to waste money, that's 25 cents for a packet of seeds. And they have vegetables, they have herbs, and they have beneficial flowers like marigolds that you want to plant along with your corn, your tomatoes, and your veggies, because it will actually help bring in the good bugs to deal with those bugs that will tear up your plant. So it's very important to add marigolds, and they sell those for $4 for a pack. And if you're practicing, get started with the cheaper seeds, right? You need practice. You're afraid to spend a lot, and then you might get down on your first, go round. But there's nothing like the present to just get started. It doesn't have to be expensive.
Well, that's
what
right.
a good thing to teach families too. If there's something you're trying to teach kids, parents or adults and children can learn those skills together. And there's something vital for your whole entire life that can translate into good things.
I think, even if you don't get organic seeds, there's a lot you can do to grow them organically and to make sure they get good nutrition. There's just a lot of real simple, basic things, I think, Amber, you mentioned a worm bin, which is pretty simple.
Yes.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
So let me tell you how much fun this is. I know it sounds weird, but I've got 2 little boys. So let me tell you how I lazily get them to help me. So they have a tender heart. And when they see, like a carpenter bee at the end of its life, they want to help put it somewhere so it's not stepped on while it's, living out its last moments. So they don't want the ants to get it while it's still alive. So they'll put it in a plant pot or up on something away from anybody, just like making its last moments miserable. Plus, they take it to this place called the Chattahoochee Nature Center, where when you bring in gems or like little bees or butterflies that have passed away, you trade it in, you get points. And if you read about nature, you get points. And then you can actually trade in for like geodes and really cool like gemstones. And so we go out there and you can rent a canoe, and it's a great place. So out in the garden, especially after the rain, we'll say, let's go for a walk. And we will just go to different parks. We'll go, right outside in our backyard, and there's worms everywhere, right? And I say, we got to leave 20% for the birds, and then we'll fill up the bird feeders, and then we'll take the worms that are just on the concrete and we'll put them in our worm bin. And we add some to our compost and some to our worm bin, because we need those worms in our compost to break down. And then we just have a bin, mostly worms, and we throw in newspaper scraps. We throw in the scraps, so we know, not dairy, not meat. You don't want oils in your compost or in your worm garden, but like vegetable scraps, fruit scraps, They love it. Paper scraps, as long as it's not, got the toxic ink or anything on it. So usually if the kids have, kind of said they wanted to draw and they really did nothing but scribble with pencil, and we'll put it through the shredder, add the shredder, toss it in. And it's really, that worm poop, when they poop it out, what it does is it makes the soil super fluffy. It's super nutritious. And then you add it in with peat moss, you add it in with topsoil. That's when you can go cheap and get the topsoil. Just make sure it's organic topsoil, right? And then you add in your additives, or you add in your ashes that you do not get wet. So after a fire and it cools down, right? Grab it. And that's why I like glass jars, because you can just scoop it, right? Put it in the glass jar, and the glass jar can take some heat, and then set it to the side. That tomatoes love these ashes, and they will grow like nobody's business. So worm farms are great. And if you have kids, they'll love that. They will love.
Yeah, I think there's there's the worms themselves that are really, really great for the soil, but then there's their poop, which is full of really important microbes and various things that is really great nutrition. And you can take the worm poop from the worm bin and make tea out of it, and it'll multiply those microbes. So then you'll get a whole lot more out of your worm poop. But one of the things you have to do is it has to have oxygen in the water. So you need a little pump or something to circulate it. Otherwise you'll get stagnant, stinky yuck. And if it does start to smell bad, you got to start over with some.
Could you explain that process, Carol? Because people may not understand how to make the tea, and that would be good for them to know.
Yeah, well, you can make the tea. You can add some worm poop. You can add also other compost that's just broken down from your compost bin too, but it's called compost tea. And you can even add stuff like, dandelions, which are weeds, but they're very energetic, powerful plants. So all that stuff, you just put in water and put a little bubbler like you might put in an aquarium. And so the air is bubbling along. And then you put the poop and all the stuff in a little mesh bag, and you can get these little mesh bags with a pretty tight mesh, so the water doesn't get all icky. But after a few days, you're brewing. I mean, it's a fermenter. You're fermenting and multiplying all the microbes that are really beneficial. And the soil needs beneficial stuff like that, just like our gut does. Our gut needs probiotics, and so that's what this is for the soil, is feeding the rootlets, and it's feeding the mycelium. And there's just this wonderful structured web. If you have natural soil, this structured layers of little filaments and all sorts of things that are going on. It's like sometimes if you disturb it too much, you want to kind of plant the little plant in something fluffy, but you also want to build this structure into the soil. And it's kind of like the layers of our body, the layers of our skin. It's very delicate. It's got all these little things going on. The mycelium is communicating. It has 50 words. It can actually communicate, and it can listen to the ends of the roots, and they'll say, we need this. And the mycelium is connected to this, and it just, transports it right there. So it's this just-in-time system. It's way smarter than, using Monsanto stuff. You're just kind of doing one thing all over. It's the one world government of farming. You do one thing and everything else dies. So this is taking everything, getting it working through the balance, and helping the system get better and better. So,
and since you talked about Monsanto, one thing, we have a landscaping company. Our biggest problem has been some of our clients want Roundup. They want just you to hurry up, get it looking perfect. And then some are like, could you pick the weeds? So we really enjoy watching the different types of people wanting different things. We try to encourage some people. You really don't want to be in your yard. If we have had to put Roundup, the little pellets on your sidewalk, and we kind of let them know in a way, not to scare them, but just to let them know that we can do this. Would you mind if we use vinegar? Right? Because we can use vinegar and it'll kill the weeds. It might smell, not so good for a minute, but you don't have to worry about getting cancer. You don't have to worry about these issues. And we've turned around a lot of people on that issue alone. But what I found, when you're doing a ground garden, people are like, well, I need pre-emergent, or I need something that'll keep these weed seeds from coming up. Well, au contraire, no, you don't. Save all of your pasta boxes, your cereal boxes, your spring water, like your seltzer water boxes, your newspapers. All you have to do is plant your garden and lay the newspapers at the base, right? Then you can lay a little wood chips, or you can lay a little hay straw. Weeds don't go through until that breaks all the way down. That takes halfway through the growing season. By that time, you can lay another layer of newspaper, and actually it helps your plants not dry out. If you're getting home from work late, or you're like, you know what, if I water tonight, I might be growing fungus on my plants because it's going to be cold and I need all this water to drain off. So if you have that extra layer of newspaper, an extra layer of mulch, right now the moisture stayed in, you can wake up early that morning, water, and then your plant is so super happy because it didn't, get mold or fungus. And some plants do well with that, but some plants, that's like attracting things to come after them when they are having a fight. Those fungus that you did because you watered at night and now it's chilly, right? And it doesn't let the water drip off.
Well, you live in a warm climate, Tara and I live in a colder climate. And one of the things, the easiest mistakes to make with people trying to grow in a wet, colder climate is overwatering. So you really want to make sure the roots will die. They need oxygen. They need oxygen a third of the time. So you have to actually let them be sure to dry out. And that's a mistake I made a lot.
Well, that root rot. So that's the best way to explain it to our clients. We have clients that literally they will say, well, I thought I should water it. And I mean, look at the yellowing. If you see a little yellowing, just a little, it went from green and it's kind of going yellow. Put your finger at least 3 inches in. And if you pull it out and it's any kind of moist and it's not dry, do not water. It needs, or it will get root rot, and then the plant will seem normal. It just falls over.
Yeah, the roots just go away.
And some people will water more, thinking it needs more water. It's like, no, stop.
Yeah, don't go by a schedule. Go by what the plant is asking for. Like you're saying, watch the leaves. What are they doing? That will speak to its needs, right?
Tara, I know that Dave, your husband, knows a lot about structured soil, and is he available today or not?
He was gonna try to get home before the show, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to. So sometime we'll have to get him on here talking. But I know one thing that he does use is the worm casings. And so is that different?
That's the poop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
people freak out about saying poop. So
okay. I thought it was I thought it was like their exoskeleton or something. But okay, so that's the poop. So so he's big on the casings or the poop or whatever. And one thing that I do know from, he can talk much more technically about the different minerals and stuff. But one thing I do know is that he used to just feed his soil throughout the growth process of the plants, and now he's really big. This is something that Carol knows about too, on building a living soil, so that everything that you guys are talking about is kind of already prepared in the soil, so you don't have to keep on giving it food. You listen to it if it needs something in particular, but that living soil, and that's where he ended up doing a lot of study into the mycelium.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's
right. We definitely have to have him on, Tara. I want to hear.
Yeah. I think, like the worm casings she was talking about, if you have worms in your soil, they're not only already making it in there all by themselves, but they're also aerating the soil. They're making little wormholes. And so that helps the roots get oxygen. and then when they die, they decompose, and that's more protein and stuff available. I'm getting noise here. So
Well,
I'm gonna let you guys talk for a minute while I mute.
So I would like for whoever's on the computer to pull up the email of pictures that I sent of, because I hear a lot of people say, I can't do a garden. I don't have any room. I don't have a yard. I live in a condo. Oh, yes, you can. It's called square foot gardening, and you can purchase things for your deck, right? So this right here that you're seeing, you can get it on Amazon or straight from the company. You can do it where it's single. I got a double right here. Now, I haven't taken that off of that yet, because this is what I grew in the winter. It's kale, spinach, mustard greens, and turnip greens. We have some Russian tortoises, and that's their favorite food, but also we trick our kids. So they love Caesar salad, but what we do is we do the romaine lettuce, but there's not enough nutrients in it, in my opinion. So I take all of the spinach, the kale, the mustard greens, and the collard greens, and I cut them up pretty small, toss them with a lot of romaine, and then they're getting that in as well. But that is just from dropping seeds and then letting them grow throughout the winter. We had it all winter. I am going to need to take that structure off of it, right? So that it doesn't burn up, because those need shade. So I'm going to have to, the things that they're in have little wheels on it. And places like Home Depot and Lowe's, they are a 12 by 12 container, right? They're about this deep. You can grow potatoes, but not many. So I wouldn't say do any root vegetables, but you can roll them around on your deck. So if you grew them in the winter and they needed sun, you put them in the sunny spot. In the summer, if they will burn, you roll them over to the other side. If you have a bad storm, you roll it inside. And what's wonderful about it is it has a tube on the side, and you pour your water in it, and it encourages deep root growth. That's what's amazing about it, is because you really, especially if it's later in the evening, that's when you can water these, because you're putting in the tube. It's going straight to the roots rather than hitting the top of the soil, hanging out on the plants, sitting there, maybe growing fungus overnight. So that's one thing you can put on your deck. I have a couple other pictures that John or Tyrone. So there's another picture of it. There's two of the rolling casters. I have tomatoes in one, a strawberry fell in another, but I'm waiting for my peppers to come up. But I've got 6 tomato plants. I have 4 that are, regular beef steak tomatoes. And then I have 2 that are the climbing cherry tomatoes. What's great is when I stake up as they grow, the bigger tomatoes, I let the cherry tomatoes wrap around them, so that then I can just go out and pick. And we use the cherry tomatoes for salads and for, like, if I'm doing salmon or, something on the side. And what's really good is like feta cheese with tomatoes and basil with olive oil and salt and pepper, and you toss it. It's really great as a starter dish, while you're waiting for food to cook. But I can get at least 40 to 60 tomatoes from that. That's not counting the cherry tomatoes. And then I will can some of them as a tomato sauce. Some I'll just can that I'll use within a month or two. That is like a stewed tomato, where I kind of cook them. I get the skin off, and then I put them in a jar. I can add Italian seasonings. And then whenever I need, something that doesn't call for a complete tomato sauce, but like if I'm just doing fresh noodles, tossing that fresh tomato, and then just putting, salt and pepper, tossing it with olive oil, and then the fresh tomatoes. It makes a really good fresh dish for the side. And if you go to another picture, I can explain. So these are great for patio gardens. What that is it's fabric. It is a fabric plant container. What's amazing is if you're somebody, you just want to grow to the growing season and you want to be able to move those around. Those are deep enough to grow potatoes or carrots, but they do sell some that have a window on the side. And you roll up the window and you can actually feel in the soil, but you can watch to see, are your potatoes ready? Are your carrots ready? Because they're deep enough. They have all kinds of different types, but we love these because at any time, all we got to do is wash them. So we rinse them out with a hose where they come in clean, and we can throw them in the washer and the dryer, fold them up. and put them away until we're ready to use them. So at the peak of growing season, we've got all these containers everywhere. And then all of a sudden our deck looks normal because all we can grow are like cauliflower, broccoli, and greens during the winter, because it's really hard here to get most of anything else. You can grow carrots, but you really need to move them around and keep them sunny in the wintertime in Georgia. But I don't know if there's any other pictures. I think I showed where you can use your railing. That's a deck rail. And those are our strawberries. What's great about that is they get these tubers that come off, and then you put containers underneath, right? And the tubers grow to that. And then you all automatically have new strawberry plants. You cut the tuber at the end of the season, you take it, and then you find a patch of yard, you know, that you're going to want to grow strawberries because they come back every year. They are amazing. And they're really one of the easiest things to do. But I think Carol had mentioned those little nets when it came to the compost tea. You can also use those little nets to wrap around your strawberries so the squirrels and stuff don't get them, because they really love them. And then if you're worried, you're like, well, when I grow on my deck, my plants always get eaten up, or I have a lot of bugs. Well, if you've got a ton of bugs, you can actually purchase praying mantis and you can purchase ladybugs. Now, if you don't have a lot of bugs, don't do it. They'll just fly away. They'll find someone's yard who needs them more. But if you know, hey, you know what? Something about my soil, something about my plants, I attract a ton of bugs, and I don't want to lay pesticides. I don't want those chemicals. Buy the bugs, and then make sure you have pollinators like milkweed. Milkweed will bring the butterflies. And when the butterflies come, you get the paper wasps, you get the carpenter bees, you get the honeybees, and then you get your praying mantis, and then you get your ladybugs, because they all like to hang out and look for bugs. And so when they see, oh, we've got hummingbirds, oh, we've got, butterflies, we've got all these things, you'll just see all these beneficial bugs coming in, kind of hanging out with one another.
Amber, can I jump in for a second?
Yes.
I just want to say that this is really good information, because a lot of people in the Midwest are being forced out of their, their single family homes into, with a little bit of help from BlackRock, into these smaller condos or even micro apartments. And like my aunt and uncle in Ohio, they had to sell their house where they had a really big garden, and the job became too much for them. But now they have a 400-foot patio, a square-foot patio, and this is ideal for them. This kind of thing, it's invaluable knowledge. We have to consolidate and put it on our website or something. Gotta get.
Yeah, and John, I can send you a bunch of links. Carol had mentioned this. We had a phone call last night, and she reminded me of this. We have a couple of those items. Pardon me. But you can actually hang on your wall, on your deck, like it's a fabric planter with lots of different pockets. And you can grow your lettuces on your apartment wall.
Yeah, vertical garden.
Yeah. And so I can send you all these links, John, so you can help them.
And hanging, you can do hanging planters too. Like people put flowers in beautiful hanging planters, but you can also put strawberries there, or, other things too that are edible. Or you can put them on roofs, like of a carport, or on a little balcony that's just hanging off the edge of a big building. I mean, there's just a lot of options for small container gardens. Amber, I love that little, it was like a little portable greenhouse, that thing that you were showing at the
Yes,
beginning.
and they have them in singles and in doubles, and they have triples too. That's what I'm talking about. I just purchased one of those. And if you're worried about, like, hey, our condo association, they're going to flip out if we hang anything. Let me tell you something that's amazing that just came out. I haven't purchased it, but I'm super excited. We're saving up money for it. It's not too expensive, but it's a tower. It has like an area where 3 plants go right here, 4, 5, 6, and it gets wider. What's awesome about it, and Carol just mentioned it, you can grow strawberries in those. The tubers keep going down. You get more and more strawberries, but you can actually turn it. It's on a spin. So literally you can have it. It's standing on its own. It's like a cone shape. You can actually have, here's my outdoor patio chair, and here's my strawberries. You sit there, read a book, and turn your strawberries, right? So each side of it is getting, nutrients. But on this video where someone had talked about using it, they had strawberries on one side, they had lettuces, they had You don't want to do broccoli or something like that because you need a lot of space for broccoli, or you're just getting one broccoli plant out of it. It's kind of like that, but it's really it's tall. It's about 6 foot, right? And you start with 3 plants, 4 on the next level, 5 on the next, and then the base is, I would say, a little over 12 inches. But it's cute, and your condo association can't say, we don't want you hanging anything on the deck, or we don't want you hanging anything on the side of the thing. It looks tacky. It just looks like you've got a planter and it's inconspicuous. So imagine a family of 2, they're elderly, they have that. They can do their lettuces, they can do herbs, and they can do strawberries, and they can just kind of play with it. Have 2 or 3 that are open, and they can do their pollinators like marigolds, things like that. I mean, there's so many options, and now they're making it these same kind of apparatuses where they can go in your house, and you can put them in the front of a sunny window, then use a plant light at night, and you can get them to grow much faster because they have it to where the roots just sit in a little water and the water never touches the plant. And literally you're getting multiple crops from it. So they just have all these options. And, I just don't want people to think that if I don't have access to good food, I have to wait for, the established, corporations to hurry up and fill in the shelves. Please don't give your power away like that, especially when every day we're being frightened. You think about, just being able to get those greens that your body needs. Think about just how good it will feel to eat something. Yeah, those are the strawberries we're already getting right now. I still have to cover them because the squirrels, they have their eyes on them. I can see them. They stare at me and I stare back at them. When I go out on my deck, like we're already doing this, I see you. Yeah, I see you. So, but John, any help you need, I can send you the links, and I can send you short videos where people will discuss like what's the best option. Do they have a shady deck or do they have a sunny deck? So really, like, there are people that will tell you this is what you can grow on a shady deck. And you can still have your veggies. Please, people, do not be afraid. Do not be scared to be able to supply for yourself. And when you get baby tomatoes, imagine being able to put it in a little container and walk it over to your neighbor. I mean, there's so many things that are just, we've lost touch with the old ways, and we really need to not throw those away. They're very important for all of us.
That's a really cool point, Amber, because in my neighborhood, I'm pretty urban here in Portland, and there's been a lot of immigrants over the years. And I've noticed for a long time when you're walking around in the alleys that the old Asian people have these incredible and beautiful small space gardens. They grow so much. They like have melons on the top and greens on the bottom, and things that are blooming and growing in all seasons. And I think just walking around our neighborhoods and talking to people and learning from them, there's just there is a lot of knowledge, and it doesn't have to be far away or esoteric or buy a bunch of books. I mean, it can be just right in around the people that are around you.
No, I agree. And like, we were even talking about reusing things, and I sent a video. I think I put it on Twitter, but it's of my little one. Now, my older one, I did a video, but he will go on and on. He loves gardening like me, and he talks a lot like I do. So I had to send the younger one who's doesn't talk as much, kind of like his dad. And he shows, because he was doing a project for Earth Week a couple of years ago. And he tells how to reuse the toilet paper roll. And in this, I already had to have the seedlings sprouted because it would be too much for him to talk about. You fill it up, you put them all together, and then you plant your seeds. And the reason why is when you just toss all your seeds, it's hard to pull them all out, separate the fibrous roots, replant them without losing a lot of them. And this gives you where you just plant that toilet paper roll in the soil, and it composts and it keeps it safe, and it actually will hold moisture in its early life so that it can grow. But here is my angel.
Oh, that's such a good idea too. I did have a fig that I, because we're not tropical, that was just starting to do his first fruit just before the frost, and so we brought it. He lived in the house all winter in like a similar, like a shopping bag that's made out of that same kind of like mesh fabric sort of. And I'm trying to think of like, because sometimes on your deck you might want a tropical plant, that you're going to bring in with you all winter.
Yeah, like oranges. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's do the video.
Okay.
We gotta click it.
Hold on for just a second. We're getting it up.
Okay.
Okay. I'll just mention, I know, Amber, you were talking last night about just different plants being planted together. And I know that for Native American, it's like the three sisters, the squash, the corn, and the beans. They are symbiotic relationship of growing,
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're ready. We have the video up.
Okay.
Happy Earth Day, guys. I'm going to teach you how to reuse your toilet paper roll. And then you have your toilet paper roll, and you cut like a little bit of a line right here. You cut it 4 times each, and if you want to, you can fold these in, and then when you're done folding them in, which I'm not, but you can put a weeny bit tape right there. Then when you're done, when you still don't think it, you could just ask your parents for some things. So, and when you do that, you set it back down. You put a little bit of dirt in there. Then you put little seedlings in there, and it grows a little plant.
Can you plant that straight into your garden?
Yes, you can, because if you just put it in your garden, you don't have to worry anything.
Does that kind of keep it safe and it keeps it from being shocked during transplant?
Yes, it does.
That was great. That was really great.
Well,
So
well, when Tara was talking about how you can grow things, Costco had this sale on this really big container plants, and I thought, ooh, this will be great. I'm going to try to grow carrots in the front, right? And then behind it, some red leaf lettuce kind of in the gap. And then in the back part, grow sunflowers, but along the sunflowers have my peas grow up with it and okra. And putting all those together in just a pot like this, I won't get a ton of okra, but I like pickled okra, and I like fresh, boiled. I don't like it where it's mushy, and so it's really still big and chunky when we have it, rather than it's shriveled and shrunk. So we'll get about 20 or 30, upshoots of okra that can have about 3 to 4 on each one. So it's, if I freeze it, it's like 2 meals with a side dish of okra. But really the sunflower seeds and then a lot of the lettuce and carrots, that one little thing, it's not only a good practice with square foot gardening. So you can see what kind of grows together, what does best, what doesn't. But as you see things kind of, okay, my sunflower, it's kind of on its last days, plant more lettuce because you're going into another season. Like you take, as things are leaving, you just turn in them on their roots. So you let them, the soil eat, that leftover plant that's kind of browning, it's kind of done. And you just kind of flip the soil over a little bit, add your worm poop, add some amendments. If you want to add 10-10-10, it's in a container. And that's when it's okay, because you don't want the fertilizer. You don't want to fertilize a lot that goes in the water table. But if it's in a container, it's a lot easier to add a little 10-10-10 if you feel like, hey, I need these to boost. We're at the end of the season. I want to see if I can get some more tomatoes. I want to see what else, I can boost. And especially if you're then switching over to lettuces, and you can keep that container continuously going, where something goes and then you add, something new, something goes. And then you put, of course, your winter plants or things that you can do when it's colder out.
You were talking about pairing plants, and I think some of the pairs that are kind of cool are to pair certain flowers that keep the insects away, like nasturtiums and marigolds around the edges of things, or things that go together, like like the beautiful little cherry tomatoes and basil. I love Greek salad, so I like basil and feta cheese and
red
tomatoes.
onion. Oh,
Yeah,
red
so
onion.
good. So that's my motivation for most of my container growing is tomatoes to keep me
And
out.
this book right here,
Let's see that
it's the Lost Book
of herbal remedies.
Herbal remedies. And what's
Yeah.
great about it, so what we're trying to do, we haven't had time, but Carol, I wish I was out there with you because we would have fun in the woods. You literally just go around and you're going to look for things that in case of emergency. So let's say you didn't grow your garden. Let's say you don't have access to the grocery store, or you're afraid to go for whatever reason, because, you know, there's a bunch of people who push and they're rude and insensitive and lost their humanity, or they feel desperate. You can actually go through the woods and you can find weeds that are edible. People don't know that dandelions can go in your salad.
Mm-hmm.
Pansies, before the end of the season, before they burn up, and you know, hey, they've got a week, you can actually eat the flower. And you know, these are wonderful things. People don't understand that. And a lot of our military, when they're in a desperate situation, they make pine needle tea. It's high in vitamin C. It's actually, it tastes horrific. You can water it down. But if you need vitamin C and you couldn't afford to get the chewable tablets or whatever, you can make pine needle tea.
It was also considered a cure for COVID earlier last year. They were talking about how there's something, you know, in the pine oils that are really good for your immune system. And the Native Americans used all, you know, cedar, pine, fir just in their water, just a branch in the water for healing.
Yeah.
You know, just
and you can do
keeping
that with willow. If you have a willow tree. So you don't ever want to plant a willow tree close to your house. The reason why they love water, they will bust all your pipes and you'll be like, damn you, willow. You know, but they're so gorgeous. That's why you see them by ponds and like, you know, all these like acrylic paintings. You'll see a nice pond and a willow, kind of the limbs going into the thing. That they love water, but you can actually trim willow branches, right? And you boil them, let the water cool. That's a rooting substance. Like you can actually root plants that you've clipped that you want to graft or make more of, or you add it, you know, as a component to your soil, or when you want to share a plant or try to regrow from a clipping, a blueberry bush that you want to share with your grandmother or your mother, who's like, I don't know what to do with it. And then that way you don't want to spend money, right? And then your mom kill it. She didn't know what to do. Then you actually just did it with like your root compound from your willow bushes, from your willow clippings, and then you give her that gift, and then you give her the tips on how to do it. But you don't feel like I just wasted $12 for no reason. So you know,
it's worth it. But I knew somebody that they had some plants on their deck, and they actually had a motion sensor squirter. So the blue jays who wanted those blueberries, they got squirted every time they try to come near it. So there's a nice easy way to keep the critters off too if you're going organic. I know. Yeah, I know one of the things that Dave has learned about, because you know we do organic, but he knows a lot about dealing with powdery mildew from being in a very moist and humid area. So those tips about keeping a lot of oxygen and the layers and stuff is very good. And also too, I know that we had talked a little bit about water, because water is us. We're made out of water. The plants are made out of water. It's a communicator, and it's a blesser. And Carol was talking about, and there's scientific proofs of water being transformative. And so I think just even, you know, they say like people that cook with love, people that garden with love, share with love, all that I believe really strengthens the quality, the nutrient quality, and if you look at those resonations that the positive energy gives to water, that's pretty much proof that prayer works.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And there are ways to structure the water too. I mean, water can be structured like the soil, because the bonds can turn into circles instead of H2O where it's just regular water and they're all floating around, it's like H3O2 or H2O3, I forget. And anyway, they all turn into little hexagons. And when that happens, it makes a sheet. And that sheet is layers of sheets have different magnetic qualities, and it's basically very similar to magic what happens. And that's the water that's in plants, and it's the water that's in us. It's not just regular like tap water, it's structured water. And one of the ways you can get structured water is by putting it through a vortex. And you can make one. It happens naturally in streams. The water going through pebbles that are round go through all these little vortexes, and that purifies the water. And so water just naturally coming off a mountain is really clean because of that. But you can make a little thing with a big piece of pipe, sort of about this big around, a short thing, and put little round pebbles in it, and then make the ends sort of fit one into your hose and one into your faucet, make the connectors that work and glue it all together. But you can buy something like that for $1,200, or you can make one from the hardware store, and you're getting structured water. If the water has that within 100 feet, then the water is structured. So,
Carol, have you ever looked into dripper hoses? So,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Like, we've got one side of our house where we have conifers, and conifers, I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but they struggle in the South. So for a long time, they had to graft conifers onto the Abies firma rootstock, which is the only conifer that really just naturally grows in the South, so that we could have the beauty of, conifers up north. And so on this side of our house, it gets a lot of sun, but it's under the eaves. And so we found that if we just hit it with the water hose, the water's going down too fast, but we can actually put one of those just really easy timers on our hose, on our spigot, right? And then we run the dripper hose that literally it just drip, drip, drip. And we have it on for 2 or 3 hours a day, because it does get the rain when the rain goes sideways. And it does get it because the roots have gone down. But, that dripper hose, I don't know if it does the structured water, but I do know it doesn't like push all the good soil away by, you're just putting it on setting, trying to water your plants. It's damaging when you do that. You should use the mist setting, or you should use the shower setting and aim it towards the roots, and maybe not turn your spigot all the way up, but just where it's a good flow, but it's not pounding, because when you do that, you're pounding nutrients away. You just really want it soft.
Well, I think also by using those drippers, it's really much more efficient use of water. So for people that live in dry climates where water is expensive, and even in a wet climate, water is expensive now. It costs a lot to run your hose and water your garden these days. So drippers can cut that by about two-thirds or something. It's especially if you use your mulching ideas, where you put straw or something that keeps evaporation from happening. It really doesn't need very much water or very much effort if you have those timers. I think those are great. They're little mechanical things. They don't need any electricity. It's just a little wind up timer. Those are make life easy.
Carol, you can hide those dripper hoses. So if you've got neighbors who are like, well, you know what? I don't think you should have anything that we need to use our water. Well, the dripper hoses not only are efficient, but you can't grow anything without water. And you don't want to walk to your kitchen sink and then go and pour and do it 50 times just so your neighbors don't flip out because the water is going like this. When you run serpentine through your garden, through your rows, or you can do that same thing with your containers on your deck, that dripper is something that's not obtrusive. It doesn't make other people go, look, they're watering. It's in the middle of the day. What are they doing? They're watering. You turn it on in the morning, and you can run it for 2 or 3 hours. You're not wasting any water. And I tell you, people need to know watering in the morning is the best. In the heat of the day, most of your water is evaporating. Right. You just paid for water, and most of it's in the air. Like you really, or you have to either put it like it's actually going into a tube that's going straight to the root structure, like in those containers. Okay, you can water in the middle of the day because it's not evaporating. It's really underneath the plant. It's pulling the roots down. But you don't spray your garden in the middle of the day with the heat, and don't do it at night. It's gonna cause bad growth, of fungus and all kinds of things.
Or it's like putting your baby to bed with a wet diaper. That's how it's been described to me. You get all these diaper rashes. It's not a good idea.
Yeah. Good analogy there.
About the water, the structured water. First of all, a parentheses within the parentheses, the cost of water in Italy, municipal water, and especially in those controlled by CLEI, ICLEI, the Sustainable Cities Group, the municipal water is going to go up by a factor of 10 within a year.
Wow.
And we have to be prepared for that. And it could, depending on how they push this war, this idea of either civil war that Harry the Greek talks about, or a more global war, water could become very expensive. So anything you can do to minimize water use is very.
I would say dripper hoses for anybody who has a in-ground garden. If they were to go ahead and buy them now, invest in them, get a few that you can replace, and literally you just put them through your plants like this in each row, and then you go to the end and you do it like this on each row. You can turn that on. You can't hear the water. You can't see the water, and your plants will grow, and you just cover it with hay straw. You cover it,
doesn't evaporate.
Doesn't evaporate, and it goes straight to the roots, and it's going to save water. And then people won't feel like I could just go to the grocery store and buy these, because after the time I water them and the cost of water, I'm spending more time and energy in my garden than just going, and buying it. Well, those soaker hoses, they're on a timer. You don't have to stop and do anything, and they have cheap timers. You just add it to a little spigot. Make sure your spigot's on. Have it it goes off during this time of the day for this long, and that's it. So any municipality where the water's going up, dripper hoses they're amazing. And even for people who don't have high water, I just think it's better to conserve it, and it's better for the plant.
Another thought. Oh, sorry, John.
I just want to close that parentheses and say that before the days of reverse osmosis, they used to clean water by putting it through a vortex, and all the heavier particles would go to the outside, and then they take the water from the middle. Does going through a vortex mechanically like that, does that help it in any way, Carol?
Yes, it actually structures the water, magnetically, so it's in these sheets. So I'm going to do a whole thing on this, John, later on, because on maybe a Tuesday, because there's a lot known about that now that's really, really interesting. Yeah, so we'll get into that.
And I wanted to suggest some books for people who are nervous about gardening in general, and some that are just really cute and that my kids and us as a family love. This one is called Immune System Hacks. So it just gives a bunch of things to boost your immune system. So it's like how to reduce inflammation, how to boost oxytocin, how to manage your microbiome, how to detox your system. And it just gives very simple ways to really deal with issues that you have, especially if you're worried about going to the hospital, because they're kind of in a mess right now with how they're treating parents. They're treating people. They're burnt out after COVID. Some are acting like Nurse Ratched. We're hearing a lot of horror stories. So anything you can do for yourself, right? You want to try to do. And then for kids, this is a great book, The Young Adventurer's Guide to Almost Everything. It teaches survival skills, basic skills, like how to do a fire. It's kind of like if they don't have enough time to go to Boy Scouts because they're in soccer and basketball and baseball, well, then you teach them how to do a fire, just their basic Boy Scout things, or Girl Scout, things. These are just really great to have, and it keeps them busy. And when you go on hikes, you can bring this, and then you have them reference something in the book. And so that's a good one. And this is probably my favorite. It's Tom Brown's Field Guide to Wild, Edible, and Medicinal Plants. And the reason why this is great, right? But you really have to sit down and analyze this. You can just walk around with this. And it's got pictures, and it's really a great book. And then Off-Grid Solar. For people who don't know how to do solar, they're afraid to do solar. It takes you from the tiniest things, like a solar rechargeable battery for your phone, which we take on hikes. And then we just hang it outside of our backpack. And then we can recharge our phone multiple times because we already charged it on our charger inside. And then you just have to keep it charged with the sun on it. And then, you can use it. You can use little bigger battery chargers that you just sit out in the sun when you're in a picnic. You can plug up a radio. You can plug up, if it's night, you can plug up a light or, multiple things. But it takes you from something big or something small where you can reuse the sun in affordable and expensive ways. So, for people who are wondering about that. And then for people who already know how to garden, but they want to really enhance their garden and they want to be able to give their family and friends heirloom, veggies and really go, look what I did. This is a great one, heirloom vegetable gardening. And it really helps with really making, if you want to enter your vegetables into the fair or you want to go into competition, like this is what you need to really make your eggplant the best eggplant, right? And look, I got the blue ribbon. This is a great book for that. And I think that's it, except for everybody needs, they have them in smaller versions, but it's a practical guide to surviving in the wilderness. So anything you would need for the wilderness, and there's cheap things you can buy, like emergency hammocks, emergency tents, a compass, one of the paracords that you'd wear around your wrist. It looks like an actual bracelet, but then when you undo it, you can take your tarp and make a tent just in case it rains. It has all those tips. And then a practical guide to simple living. This I would just say, Mama, Grandma, during the Great Depression, all the things they did, like a 3-ingredient bread. I mean, come on. And back then they couldn't afford sugar or butter or, some of these things. So when they make a cake, because everyone, would still want to do a cake for their birthday, they would use dried fruits. And so there's so many ways that, when we're dealing with a government that seems to be in a shambles and they spend more time bickering with one another than caring about their constituency, you reach a point in which your leader is not concentrating on what they were actually tasked to do. And the reason why people vote, you've got to really take it in your own hands and not wait for Washington, D.C. to save you. Because if something happens, you can only save your neighbors, yourself, your family. No one from Washington is going to be coming and knocking on your door because you're so special. They just want to save you. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. So I think those are some really good books. And I'm sure Carol has a lot about mushrooms, and Tara, I'm sure you and your husband have a lot about soil.
Well, I think that one thing is that we need to make these changes more permanent, and we need to add to all the folk tales that we tell all the generations to come is never give up this knowledge. This is the most important thing. And even if, the coast is clear and these, the hands are tied of the ones that would love to starve us and all this, we're still not going to give it back to them. And one of the important things is, there's different personalities. There's personalities that will see this show and it will, add to what they already kind of feel, or maybe they'll start something new. But there are also so many people that it'll take some steps before they, maybe like they're not seasonally tuned and they didn't do it in time or something like that. Speaking of that, now is a wonderful time to get just about anything started. But, the age old thing is, this one's foraging mushrooms, this one's growing tomatoes, this one has chickens, this one has beef. So we really need to be able to keep the vehicles that have, diesel or, corn or whatever can be that you can literally get in and drive no matter what anyone else is doing. And we need to make networks just like we're doing here informationally with all this stuff, because, we'll be like, yeah, I'll drive across to the other coast to get whatever. So people actually have the ability to make the trade routes into actionable things, not just relying that some middleman that you need. Because if we make the connections that way, even like a toilet paper thing, right? That was great with the toilet paper roll for planting, but even toilet paper itself, where are we getting it from? Like who, it's just like we have to look more into sourcing. We have to look more into some things are very simple. Yeah, you can just go back in your backyard and you don't even need to go outside of your own family. But the way that these trade routes grow outside of it is that ancient give and take of actual items that are worth something, and not just this paper. We're so detached from that, but really that everything is based on that real stuff. These merchants, like living by the coast, I consider that food security, because seafood, so even though I'm not out there with a fish and pole every day, I know that I can make connections with local fishermen, and that includes pets, because it's like you start thinking, I'm like, why I don't want to be buying my animals Asian whatever food when it's like there's ocean right there. So we really need to think about and another thing about the animal things is that, Bayer, who we know is connected to Monsanto, who we know is connected to RG Farben, they bought up all these animal products now. They're trying to do their food. We cannot let this happen. We'll go on Chewy, we'll go to the local thing, we'll go to local fishermen. It's not going to be all perfect in one step. So you can kind of think about, even with the composting thing, you can be as simple as if I start a compost, my garbage is going to be so much less nasty. And then all of a sudden you have this nice stuff that's building a good soil, and you're like, oh, I could give this to a neighbor, to the garden. I could dig a hole in my own backyard and just make it better soil. You know what I mean? It's just, you have to think about these big picture type things.
Yeah, even before it becomes compost, you can boil it up and make soup stock.
Yeah.
So you can, use things over and over. And after our water discussion, I was reminded of the Mediterranean culture, and I lived in Greece for a while, and every house had a rain barrel. They don't have a lot of water, but they would put their gutters, put a big barrel under and collect the water, and you could certainly use that for watering.
Yes, we have 2 rain barrels.
Yeah.
And we found that sometimes if the rain is going to be just ridiculous, they're going to fill up way too much. I save orange juice containers, milk containers, right? Bleach them out, clean them out, let them sit out in the sun. And then when we have this excess of rainwater, fill it up with that, and then let the rain barrel fill up again. And then when it's like, we know, okay, we're going to get 6 hours of rain, we'll actually connect the hose to it and let it go into our little pond where we have, goldfish and frogs. And then we'll turn that off. Once all our containers are filled, our pond is refilled, then we'll just let the rain, go over the amount. But having 2 huge, I think it's 30 gallons of water just in a rain barrel. And that can be used if I just want to use my little hand thing, right, and not use my water hose. I can water the plants on the deck for almost a month, but just by putting it in the thing and then going and watering.
Yeah, exactly. For watering or for washing. But you mentioned a pond, and I think, the fish and the frogs poop in the pond, and you're getting algae, and that is, if you can use some of that water to water your plants with, that's a nutrition, right there. So you can, there's so many cycles that we can add to, and make use of, that are just right there.
One thing my grandmother used to say, and then I saw it on this Preppers channel, it was funny, but they used to take the big container of Crisco. Well, it's really bad to eat that stuff, but you know what's really cool about it? You can push 3 wicks into it, right? And then it's a 99-day candle. where literally each evening, once the sun goes down, if you're wanting to read for a couple hours, or you need to kind of see, like if you're camping, or if you're in an emergency situation, or if you just don't want to, if the cost of power goes up exponentially, you can actually still have light in your house and just burn it for a couple hours a night. It lasts almost 99 days.
Wow.
And
Great
there's,
idea.
and
That's
people
great.
throw away pencils a lot. And my grandmother, who lived through the Depression, she said, what you want to do is not throw away the stuff. Like, just imagine you only have a little bit of money, resources are sparse, work is sparse. What do you not want to buy when what you need to use your food for, or you need to use your money for, is food, or like things that have you be able to make a living? So if you need gas because you need to go here to do this job, what do you not want to have to buy? You don't want to have to buy paper. So you reuse your paper. So if you printed something and you don't need it anymore, don't just throw it away unless you're putting in a compost bin. Like, turn it over, use the other side for your notes. Stop, just using fresh paper when all it is a things to do note in your house. Or, hey kids, why didn't you make up your bed? Give me your electronics until your bed's made up. That note, why are you putting in a fresh piece of paper? Right. And the same with pencils. Why throw them away? My grandmother had pencils they were at the nub. It would be the eraser and the lead. And then after that, they would separate it. They would then shred that to use as a fire starter, the wood that was left over. And then the metal part, they would throw in a jar with all the other metal parts, just in case they needed it for something, whether it was for something electrical or just any, and she said, that's the way we did it, because we didn't have that extra 3 pennies, 4 pennies to go buy another pencil. And, that's just what we did.
Well, I think that it shows our creativity, I think, and that if these horrible things come to pass, which we hope they don't, and we're doing everything we can in our power to make that not happen. But, if it does, it's not the end of the world. And we do have our creativity, our friends, our people around us. We have each other if we can talk to each other. But even if we can't, we have our field, we have our energetic field that, if it works for mushrooms, it can work for us too.
Yeah, I agree very much.
Hey,
so.
we're fun guys too.
Yeah, we are fun guys.
Exactly. And what I've noticed, and I'm sure Carol and Tara have noticed this. Some people that are out of touch with nature, they kind of struggle. But we were really excited. We went to pray in the garden, and my husband was about to step on something, and my youngest said, "Oh, Dad, it's a bird." And so we've been taking care of a bird for the last week. We watched all these videos, and it was going to be too hard to find worms and grind them up and try to feed them. It was going to be too hard to do all this other stuff. Some people said take Rice Krispies, add water, make a paste, and feed them. But we talked to a vet. They said, no, you can do it with cat food. You can feed them, just make it something simple like chicken. Don't do beef or anything like that, because birds never come into contact with that. But so we were feeding on a little, like kind of a little wooden, I guess the end of, I would describe it like a chopstick, but a little thinner. And the reason why is because the mom's beak goes way down in the bird's throat, opens up and regurgitates. So we let the baby, take the food off, and it would shove it, like literally, like that was the mama. And then we moved to like a thicker toothpick, because it acted as the beak, and the bird would get I was like, oh, it's going to choke itself. And my husband was like, no, it's not. If it was uncomfortable, it would stop doing it. And it would take it all the way down. And then, it was an eater. So literally it's almost ready to fly, but he has it at work with him in the truck. But we had it in the laundry room, and it was jumping all around last night. So we had to shut the laundry room door, because it's ready to fly, but it's attached to us. So even when we opened the window for it to hear the birds on the outside, it didn't want to leave. And so we have to contact a nature preserve and ask what's the best to know that it's ready. So it just all of a sudden goes out there and then gets killed because it has no idea what it's doing. So we're taking those steps. But I sent a video of our little sweet bird. We think it's a female cardinal, but we don't know yet.
Very cool. Well, that birds, that's another thing is H1N1 and all the chickens that are being killed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's so cute. But we can have
we made a little
chickens.
nest, or we tried to make a little nest. There's sound to it, but at the beginning you can see my kids and my husband tried to form a little nest for it, and it loves it because you're not supposed to have it on a flat surface. We first had it in a shoebox, but it can cause issues because they need this rounded way to sit. It's not till they're older that they can perch on something very strong.
Is it starting to turn red yet?
No, but
just the light.
Getting the crown thing on the head. That's why we think it's possibly a female cardinal.
Yeah, the females are brown.
Yeah, it's like a little tuft, but we think probably 80% it's a female cardinal. I don't know.
Oh, so cool, so cute.
Do you want to play it? I think I sent it with sound, but I don't know.
They did play it. Oh, maybe
Okay.
we didn't have the sound on though. I don't know. Yeah, birds.
So
Yeah.
cute. So
It's
you guys are over
adorable.
there protecting, your whole family's protecting the little nest. Did you name him?
The kids, I can't remember. They were arguing over what she should be called, and I don't know what they came up with. They probably just said something like Birdie. I think they're afraid to really give it a serious name because they're going to be sad when it flies away. They're they love animals. They're begging for a cat. We're like, no. So we have a dog, we have tortoises, we have a fish, and then we have a pond with fish and some frogs outside. And we're like, can we just enjoy that? Like, can we just? But they keep begging for a cat.
Hi, are you almost ready to fly?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Is this your nest? Yeah. Nest, huh? Yeah.
She's talking to her mama, Amber.
Hi, are you almost ready to fly?
But she was like all over the place in the laundry room. I said, shut the door. We don't want her to think that there's a window that's closed, it's open, then she breaks her neck. And we did all that just to watch a catastrophe. So it's like, just keep her in the laundry room. She's safer that way.
Oh, and yeah, and she's getting bigger every day.
Yes.
Have either of you ever raised chickens? We're going to try this year.
We're going to try too.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll have to share our experiences.
And we're waiting for our beehive to still come in. So we bought like 3 layered with the wax inserts and then the stuff. And so I thought we had bought it like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but it was in the cart. So it never went. We didn't process it. So now we're waiting on our beehive. We're super excited. Because bees and chickens, like that's honey and eggs. I mean,
yeah,
you can do a lot with that, like a lot.
Yeah,
I
and
know.
I love eggs. I just can't imagine a store without eggs in it. So I hope we don't have to face that. But if not, I'm going to have my own eggs.
For those who aren't vegetarian or vegan, I've got a friend, she knows a cattle farmer and they raise all kinds of animals and they do slaughter them. And she said their prices have remained the same. But if I ever want to go in half with her, then we can split, we can split a cow or sheep or whatever that we're wanting, lamb, whatever we're wanting to do. And the cost would be half. And then she would teach me like how to freeze half of it. Same with venison, things like that, but that you can have almost a year's worth by just going in half with someone else and then have the person who's preparing it for you quarter it into smaller pieces. So we do eat meat, but we only do it once or twice a week. And we do a quarter of the size of what most people do. 8-ounce steak. We'll do like a 3 or 4 ounce. And, I have issues with iron. I was anemic as a child. So I can always tell when, I need iron. And spinach, I would literally have to eat 40 gardens a day to get the amount of iron. And my body doesn't process iron when I take it as a supplement. But if I have one little 3 to 4 ounce steak for at least, 2 months, I've got energy. I'm not dragging. I don't feel like, my iron is so low. And so it maybe search around for friends and see if you're like, I don't need a whole cow. I don't even need half of one, see if you can go in with other people. It saves on cost. You know where you're getting it. You know it's not some mystery meat, right? And it's not full of like whatever they're feeding cows, because you actually go to the farm, you know, and they usually will slaughter their older animals. And so they'll put up bulletin, we'll have 3 cattle, and, you know, and then they have some that are just for milk, and the kids get to enjoy the farm, and they keep that part of it hidden, where I'm too sensitive about that. I can't, if I had to kill my own meat, I would be a vegetarian. I would never be able to do that. And so, but it's a good idea to think about, I want to know where my meat is coming from, especially when you have these mystery meats, but you actually get to participate with another family and then pick what it is, and have that farmer and that person who's raising not only crops but animals explain to you, oh, here's this. And sometimes you don't want 12 eggs, sometimes they'll sell them in 18 and 24 fresh eggs from chickens, but you can go in with a family and it's half the cost, and then you're still getting it. So there's all these co-ops, and there's places you can join with your neighbors and family and go in on halves or quarters. And these places, they don't mind. They just want people who know they treat their animals kindly to purchase from them.
Yeah, it's very important. And also too, that's one of the things that I was talking about, is that we can't all be everything. So we need to rely on people that have the skills that aren't ours, and then that's how we do it. We accent each other. And it is important to, especially with the meat industry, that's as we get through all this and as we revamp everything, that's going to be a big one.
Kids are going through puberty much earlier because of the steroids and stuff in these meats and foods. And then you have girls in and it's usually in the poorer communities where they're getting the stuff that's just filled with not only all kinds of animal antibiotics, but steroids. And girls as young as 7 and 8 are getting their period and getting breasts. I mean, that's how you can tell the food in the poorer communities, in these really horrible grocery stores, that like, because there's food stamps, you go in, a box of cereal is like $4.89 with food stamps. If you go to Publix, it's buy one, get one free for like $3.99, and you get 2 boxes. But these in the poor communities where they can actually get to the grocery stores, they are upcharging. And the only fresh stuff they have is like frozen spinach and rotted bananas. And that's supposed to encourage people to eat healthy. So of course their children are getting the same hormones and antibiotics that these really mass farms that just are slaughterhouses and are very sad to watch, because there's a lot of that going on. They get these like chickens that are too big to stand up because they put enhancers in them where their chicken breasts are this big so they can sell them this big. I mean, that's what they've got in all of these grocery stores that are really killing the poor.
Well, you know what? We have an incentive problem. This is just one thing that we're recognizing, is that people that grow and do these things, they need incentives, because it's really not cheaper to go chemical. It's not. It's like we need to have a function where the excess is also organic.
Yes.
You know,
I agree.
I want to interject here a moment. According to Harry the Greek and a lot of my friends up in the Boston area, they're going to make it very hard for co-ops to do what they do best. They're going to impose more and more government restrictions, like this community garden outside of Columbus I read about, where Columbus, Franklin County, very clay, sustainable city. They're trying to say that the community garden has to observe certain rules because they are not the community garden for some reason consumes more CO2 and other greenhouse gases because the citizens have to drive 5 miles to the garden, and that consumes gasoline and blah 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 blah. They're going to throw everything they can at us. We just
the person who wrote that law probably took a private jet to the building and establishment that he presented that law at.
You bet.
See, this is why I had my friend crochet me F-bombs, right? So these are little F-bombs, and I don't want to get on neighborhood news and be like, F this and F that, but I have 3, right? And then when freaking mad. I'm freaking mad. I'm freaking mad. That's what I do around here because my kids have a swear jar, right? And it's for mommy. And every time I say something, I have to put a quarter in it. Now, if they say something, I get all my quarters back. But yeah, here's our swear jar because I have a sailor's mouth because of like that, John. Like, are you kidding me? Stay out of our business. You're not there for us when we need you. But then you insert yourself when we're trying to do it on our own, which, by the way, you rub in our face all the time. Well, we have to do this because people won't do it on their own. So it's okay for you to add pesticides, chemicals, literally things that are causing people to have allergic reactions and not be able to like eat peanut butter and have more allergies than ever before. But if we do a community garden and they don't know if people are biking there, they don't know if people are walking there. But if someone drives a couple miles to get there, that's horrific. But they can go around, be very close to the ozone layer in their jets, which that's actually what's causing the ozone layer is jet fuel.
That is something you never hear about. The nitrous oxide, it makes up about 4.5% of the greenhouse gas effect on the ozone layer. And you never hear about regulations or they actually prohibit newer, more fuel efficient aerospace engines from entering the market. There's a real a big difference between what they say and what they do in their private lives.
Yeah, they're asses. Excuse my language. I mean, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired because at some point the ridiculousness that they feed us just out of their mouth alone is like, excuse me, I don't have to have respect for you when you're that cuckoo. Like when you're literally mad at me for driving to the grocery store and I should bike and then carry all my groceries, right? And let me go buy the bike that'll allow me that has the added thing when I'm on a road without a bike lane, by the way. Oh, but I can't bike on sidewalks because that's not good either. And then I've somehow got to carry those groceries all the way back here.
Two kids.
Two kids. To leave them home so then I can get in trouble because they're not young enough to babysit themselves. Like, what in the hell is wrong with these people? They are mentally disturbed. Mentally disturbed. Like if I had a family member that spoke half this jargon that comes out of their flap holes, I would sit them down and say, we need to talk. You're going to have to move in with a family member. You're talking cuckoo. Like to say this person way down here that drives from here to here is the problem. But they're adding ethanol in the gas. Like they're literally messing with our resources. They're the ones who profit from the resources. And then what they use is jet fuel that's very close to that layer of ozone that they're complaining about. That's the issue. But yeah, I'm supposed to feel like I'm destroying the world when I'm reusing my spaghetti sauce jars. You know what? You can kiss my, you know what? Like I'm tired. And until they start walking the walk, that their words are ridiculous. They look like goobers. I'm done.
See, that's what everyone needs to band together in those moments and be like, no, get out of here. You have no jurisdiction over our garden. We don't care we don't care about your premise.
Yeah, done. I mean, it's at some point you start to question your teacher that talks out of both sides of the mouth. Like pick a side of your mouth that you cannot keep contradicting every single thing in order to push an agenda. You know, half the time I think they do this so that then they can break stuff so they can run in and say they got to fix it. So then we're listening to them again.
Right.
Because they're human and they make mistakes, but they want us to treat them as if, no, we're the humans that make mistakes. They're a little bit above human. They do make mistakes, but their mistakes are okay. Their mistakes are understandable.
Well, I think their mistakes are sometimes on purpose.
Yes. Yes.
Not really a mistake.
Yes. And it's to set other people up. It's to destroy. And it's also to break it so they can fix it. So many times in history, if we look back, so you broke it so you could lecture us and then you could fix it. And then we had to rely on you to fix it after you broke it. And then you broke our spirits and you broke our soul. That sounds amazing. Tell me how you did that. Wow. You're so wonderful. It's pathetic.
That's exactly where we're at with the medical community right now. You know, people are realizing like, okay, so maybe they healed me and they saved my life. But hold on a minute, they're the ones that got me sick in the first place. It's like, no, it's very hard to get all full circle to realize that and stop the cycle, you know?
Because they look at us like we're diseased animals, like they do deer. There's too many of them. We got to get rid of them. Which one do you think is tacky? Let's get rid of this one and this family line and this family line. Excuse me, God didn't ordain that. Who do you think you are? Like, you don't get to make a choice.
Is that if there is a political solution at all, and I personally don't put a whole lot of faith in politics right now, but if there is a political solution, then you've got to grab your neighbors, the other guys in your community garden project, whatever it is, and go down to City Hall, go to your county commissioner, get in their face, at least 5 people at one time, and you've got to become what did Harry call him? Not commissioner, but he had another word.
City council members.
It was like a council member, but it was committee person. Committee person.
Is it the county commissioners? They're the ones who have the budgets.
Or a chair.
I think pretty sure he said either assemblyman or committee person.
Okay.
But you've got to get out in force and do it. Writing letters, emails are not going to work.
Well, what about joining those organizations Harry was talking about, the ICLE, whatever it is, and infiltrating? Yeah,
that is a avenue I'm thinking about a lot.
Yeah, I think I do want to join like volunteer groups, like the FEMA volunteer groups, things like that. And the reason why is if there's an emergency and I can help, but then I can also see if there's something a little bit nefarious or something I need to worry, or I get an email that says, hey, we're worried about this, or we're thinking about this, or this inclement weather. I've got information now that I can share that quite frankly, our government is not good about getting information out to people. Like they wait to the last minute to tell you there's a possibility of a tornado because it's in between blips of commercials. Then they really want the money from the commercials that they spend 5 seconds saying, we might have nasty weather tonight, right? And you could miss that. You could be telling your kids to come to dinner. You could be going to the bathroom to wipe off the sink. You miss that little blurb, but then you see 500 pharma commercials that tell you all the side effects, anal leakage, your ears might fall off, your nose won't smell for 2 days. You might get cancer, but hey, this will help the itching on your elbow. I mean, I'm just done. But sorry, and now I'm getting negative, and you ladies need to take over while I.
Well, I'll say this. I wanted to mention something when you guys were talking about pine before. I saw something the other day, and I took notes on it, but I don't have them in front of me. But I guess pine needles are super nutrients. Like they have over 200 different nutrients, like phytonutrients, and all this crazy stuff. And I knew that it was good, and I knew that, you could put something in the basket in the ground, but apparently it's this power food.
Yeah, and you don't even have to eat it. You just can put some fresh needles, if you have them handy, in your water, and you'll just get enough in your system that way. So that's really how it used to be done.
It tastes kind of gross, but you can actually add another tea bag to it, so like a green tea. So
but if you don't cook it though, just put it in cold water, put fresh needles in cold water and just let them sit there. I think if you boil it, it's another thing and it's another level and there's a much more concentration, but just getting a little essence of it, is all you need really. And it tastes delicious. That way it tastes just like it smells. Well, not if it's cooked, but if it's just fresh and it's just in there for a little bit, it just adds the tiniest hint of that flavor, which is what it smells like. I think it smells good. So
yeah, I love that.
I love bitters. Anything bitter.
Yeah,
I
do too.
So good. Yeah.
See, I don't. I'm gonna.
Yeah, some people don't.
Yeah, that's hard. I'm gonna have to find a way to make it a little. I'd probably add
a little sweeter.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk a tiny bit. We didn't get there about biochar, and it's a little bit different. You were talking about ashes, Amber, but what biochar is it's something that they used in the Amazon. And the way they used it with all the rainforests was there would be fires underneath the ground and that would burn the roots. And they found out that material would make the land so fertile. And so what biochar is you can take old plant material of pretty much any sort, and you burn it very slowly with controlled oxygen like if you make pottery, or raku or something, you put the lid on and the straw, and you make a lot of smoke. That's a reduction. And so and it's a low, like 300. You can even make it in your oven, but it smells terrible. And then but it changes the structure. What happens is it makes all these little hollow places, and it takes out the carbon. It actually, if you do it under the ground, you sequester the carbon back into the ground. But with all these little holes, the water, you mix it in with the soil, especially if you're planting something and you just have a little rootlet, and you put it right in there, and that really helps the mycelium grow. It helps the water goes in those little teeny holes, and the nutrients go in those little teeny holes, and it releases them as it's needed. So there's that. Plus there's all the minerals that are in the wood. You were talking about wood chips making good soil, and so it's kind of a speeded up method of what nature would do ordinarily, long time composting of wood, but it can happen really quickly, and you get all these little chambers that are just so full of great stuff mixed in with the soil. So it's you can buy it or you can make it. And I didn't hook the video on there, but you just take like a 55-gallon drum with a 30-gallon drum inside, and you poke holes in a certain way. There's videos online. But you pack the outside with wood, and you pack the inside with what you want to make the biochar for. And the fire is on the outside. And there's this circulation that happens because of the pattern of holes. And it takes about a day, and then you let it cool down, and you just grind it. They just put plywood and drove over it with a car. There's simple ways that you can make biochar, or you can these days just buy it in a bag.
So maybe our next or a future show, we could talk about a little bit more about mushrooms, like foraging, the different types, what seasons, biochar, and then also underground pantries like they used to have, where you can dig a hole. You can use something like just like a metal trash can that's about this big. You can dig it in. You can put potatoes and then a layer of straw, potatoes, layer of straw, and it keeps it cool, and they last really long when you're not in the middle of the growing season. So you can actually take your harvest. You can do it with apples. You can do it with carrots. Mostly root vegetables do well. And every garden should have butternut squash. And there's so many reasons why. It's high caloric, it fills you up, and it's one of the easiest things to grow. And very few pests can hurt it. And in the matter of an emergency, and if you really need to grow things, I need to share a video with you guys. Mine would be potatoes, beans, because you can either keep them long or shell them. And then the butternut squash. So potatoes, beans, and butternut squash will be full. You'll have plenty, and they're easy to grow. And on the episode that you talk about mushrooms, and maybe Tar's husband could talk about the soil, also with the biochar and the underground pantry. If we could discuss the way the Irish used to grow potatoes, if you're worried about your soil not being great, you literally kind of just barely turn the soil, like barely do anything, but you lay your potatoes, and then you do a level of hay straw. Right. And then when they come up, you lay another layer of potatoes that you're wanting to grow. Your seeded potatoes are the ones that are already popping out, like the little tubers. And then you lay another thing of straw. And by the time you're done, you have all this straw that's built up, and you have layers of potatoes that are easy to access. And then you just churn all that leftover hay straw into the soil. And it's like this soft, amazing soil for the next growing season. And then you just move all those potatoes at the end of the season, some underground. We were able to keep them through the winter months, and then some you put in a jar for later cooking, and then some you eat fresh. I mean, there's so many of these really cool ways, but Ireland did it so we could take all of those things, especially with the soil composition, mushrooms, biochar, in these other ways. I think we can show people that after your harvest, don't think, oh, it's desperate, I don't have anything. No, you can still save things. You can still grow things. And this is when you can cultivate your soil. You can do so much as long as the ground's not frozen, but you can really have that underground pantry that just in case you don't have power, you can still refrigerate things.
Yeah, and you can
Fruit
ferment
cellar.
things too. You can
Fruit
make like sauerkraut. I mean, once we get to the harvest part of it, there's all kinds of stuff you can do to preserve things simply that you don't even need to can them, or they're just preserved, they're fermented, they're bioavailable. Yeah, vinegar.
Oh,
Right. With sauerkraut, you just use salt. You just massage the salt, and then it brings the liquid out, and then you press it down in the liquid, and that's what the ferment is. It's just so simple.
The cabbage is just, people don't understand, like it's like a magic. You just sit it there, add the salt, then all of a sudden you've got sauerkraut, and it's so healthy.
Yeah, it's anti-carcinogen. It's got all sulfur. It's got really good stuff that our bodies really need.
Yes.
I want to mention something that actually relates to a bunch of our conversations, and that is zeolite. And if you know anything about zeolite, it's
like
formed,
a clay.
Well, it's formed when lava hits the ocean. So I think it's a lot like the pumice or something.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't, well, I know it is because, as a matter of fact, speaking of the water filtration, I just remembered this the other day that we used to have this really good layer of filtering, and the bottom layer was the zeolite, and the zeolite did look like the pumice stones. It was like the black kind of airy holds things. Sorry about that hammering. And so I found out recently, with all this health talk of how to keep your body alkaline, how to keep bacteria and stuff out of the blood, apparently zeolite is a really good simple thing to just keep your. I know that what it basically does is like when there's free radicals and they are wreaking havoc because they have to go and steal an electron, and then vitamins and minerals, they go around giving extra electrons to unbalanced ones, right? Well, the zeolite, it actually sucks all the free radicals into those pockets with like that negative ion action, and then leaves the body. So it's actually like
taking it
a collector of problems, and then deposit it out. So it kind of reminded me of the biochar, because it's when the lava hits the ocean, and also the filtering for the water, and also basic health for people that just need to like get their blood clean, get their organs clean, stuff like that. And I think daily
that could be a whole show right there. I think there's
yes,
stuff that we could
tips
from.
I think that the more people hear that, like, how did we survive with all of this stuff for eons of time if it wasn't already readily available? The problem is the knowledge is gone, and it's really our responsibility, since we didn't listen to our great grandparents. We didn't really pass it on, because life is getting exciting and toys are now made out of plastic, and now we can do this, and look, we can go here, and look, it's so much easier. We forgot that things are easily destroyed. I mean, we see all over the world war and just problems and issues that come up, and just the unexpected always seems to happen. Why not have that information, that knowledge, so that you're not spending your time as a protector of your nest, right? Freaking out and wondering, what are we going to do? Because you have those extra flashlights. You already bought rechargeable batteries that you have them recharged. You already have your emergency candles. And then when your kids are like, it's dark, it's fine. Look, I've got a puzzle for us. Look, I've got a board game for us. Look what I've got. And then you're calm and you're able to be maternal. You're able to protect your nest because you're not worried running around about resources, because you have the knowledge that you're going to be fine. You already have your filters if you have to get water from a creek. You're good. And these are things that will make you feel like you belong on Earth again. You will connect in such a way that when all of these people talk about transhumanism, you're like, I guess stick it, because you're so connected to the things and the blessings that we've been given. I mean, who could ask for anything more? We just need that knowledge again.
Yeah, it's just such an amazing universe, really, but especially the Earth, the sea, the soil, the atmosphere. It's all so complicated and so beautiful. And our own bodies are just as complicated and just as amazing. And you know, I think one thing George has taught us is about the big focus and then the narrow focus. And, you know, I think we can just keep doing that. And that's what creativity is. It's kind of filtering and sorting, and you get the big picture and then you drill down, you learn stuff. So we'll just keep doing that. You know, that's what we do. We're protecting.
I'm gonna
We've always
preempt
done it.
a little bit the next show. Going back to what Amber said, there's the long con that we have to convince some of our neighbors about. The long con is, for example, according to Vladimir Putin, Andy DeBall is threatening to turn off all Europeans' energy. Oh, sorry, vice versa. According to Andy, Vladimir Putin is threatening. Not that Andy couldn't do it if he wanted to, but this is really, really ridiculous, because there are tons of ways. I've worked with these PhD students for 25 years. There are tons of ways we could produce our own energy and be totally independent of Russian and Georgian petroleum or natural gas. But they won't let it happen until we finally stand up and get some backbone and stop being jellyfish and say, no, we're going to produce our own energy here in Sicily. We're going to produce our own energy here in southern France and Aix-en-Provence. We've got to stand up and teach our kids, especially in high school, to look out for the long con.
It's the snake oil salesman, you know, and that's the con. It's the sleight of hand. It's just all those techniques that have conned people for hundreds and hundreds of years. And now they're, you know, doing it through the TV and the phones, and it's just stepped up a little, but it's really the same thing. And yep, we got to open our eyes and see it and say it for what it is and let people know. And
that's what they want us divided for, because what I've noticed is people are concentrating, are you on the left or are you on the right?
Yeah.
How about if you're on the right or you're on the wrong, right? Do you care about your family? Do you care about your neighbors? Do you care about the area in which you live? Do you want there to be litter and toxicity, or do you want it to be clean? And do you want to contribute to, you know, making the best of what we've been given in our life? Or do you want to wait for someone else to tell you I can save you? And then it doesn't quite work out that way. So, I mean, I think that for me, a lot of people might go, oh, well, this is really hippie talk, right? This is about gardening and blah, blah, blah. No, this is about survival talk. This is about
life
and
humanity.
Yes. And there is nothing left or right or up or down when it comes to being able to know that in case of an emergency, this earth is filled with things that can feed you, that can nurse you back to health, and that is there to, you know, to make sure that it's there. There's nothing we have to build or make. It's right there. Dandelions grow everywhere. Clover grows everywhere. You know, milkweed is on the sides of ditches. Like, we have so many medicinal plants that just become like an ibuprofen, a painkiller, that we just really need to, you know, dig in and maybe just share some of the simplest things so that people start looking at how we can keep each other alive and happy, and not have to depend on people who just want our money and our sanity.
Yeah, I think ultimately we don't really need money. We do what we do because we do it. We're all doing this because we feel it's important. And because we're doing something we feel important, it feels great. You know, even in all this horribleness, we're like doing something that feels like it really matters. And so that's everybody should feel like that. Everybody should do something that matters, and not because they have to make money, and we can share to get what we need. You know, it is simple, and it's self-regulating, and it's always been self-regulating. If we let a few people at the top try to decide they're the regulators, it's never worked out very well.
No. And I've noticed, like, just the feeling of happiness you get when you see an elderly couple walking towards a door and you run up ahead of them and you open it for them so that they can walk in. There's so many things that we can just do. And then afterwards, did we save the world? No. But did we do something really good that felt good and made us feel like, you know what? I made somebody smile. There's there, you know, sometimes you don't have to tell a dirty joke to get someone to laugh to make them smile. Sometimes you can just be really kind and smile at them. Like I love to just, as I'm walking through a store, whatever, whoever's eyes I make, smile. And then if they don't smile back, who cares? At least I smiled and I'm not hung up on it. But when I get that smile back, it's like, see, yeah, that's what's up. And that's
Well, post mask smiles are key,
Yes.
key factor.
Right.
So smile at everyone you see. We need a lot of smiling faces. We really
Yes,
do.
we
And
do.
laughing.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to start wrapping it up because our next show we have in the on deck circle the great Andy DeBala, who's going to present the weekly wrap up list of the top news stories here at Neighborhood News. And so Tyrone and I are going to play us out with which one is it? DARPA? Well, in any case, we're going to stay tuned. We're going to spend one minute to do a changeover. Some of you might have to do a refresh on your device to bring it back up, but please stay tuned. Tune in next week at Friday at 2:00 for Protecting the Nest. Thank you, ladies, for all your hard work. And
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a beautiful day.
Yes, and a beautiful weekend.
And smiling. Bye.
Smile.
Less F-bombs.
Let's laugh.
I love
Throw
those.
those F-bombs. Just kidding. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to World War DARPA. This is George Webb, and I've been going all over the world to different bioweapons plants in England, Porton Down. Of course, I've done DynCorp here in the United States and Indianapolis, chasing all these pathogens and rare diseases that seem to be brokered to the Ukrainians from our own DOD, from our own technology companies, and also Fort Detrick, where we did a lot of these pathogens. And they ended up in places like Ukraine, and they may be now deployed in places like Ukraine on this front line of NATO in this NATO battle. There's secret vaccines that have been in the works that are being controlled by Ukrainian billionaires, and diseases of old are now made new again with these chimeric new diseases. So there's a lot in this book about USAID, of course, with Predict, the Hunter Biden connection with Metabiota. And of course, we have all the shell companies that the Russian Ministry of Defense has talked about, and Gilead, of course, developing vaccines, the connection to Hunter Biden, MI6, Christopher Steele, the Chinese Foreign Information Industries, the 336 different labs the U.S. and the DOD has built around the world, and of course, the connection to the blackberries. History is repeated now from 1943, right now in Kiev. The Cossack dancer himself, Christopher Steele, giving pathogens for these crazy bioweapons programs to migrate bats with ticks and fleas and mosquitoes, as well as migratory birds, believe it or not. So we cover all the details, and of course, the ever-present Klaus Schwab is there. I go over all the different appearances I've made and the books I've written to cover the topic, and all new, all updated. So if you bought the existing book, you're going to see all new graphics and a new update, and it's going to be about 1/5 the price of the old book. So this is going to be an audio-visual book. You're going to get all these new graphics, all these new updates of gathering of information from various
Now I'm on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Research Wrap-Up. I'm your host, Andy DeBala, everyone's favorite.
Come on, man.